Okay, so good morning again, everyone. My usual reminder to ask you at present to have your microphones switched off at the moment. And anyone who's taking part, but not taking part, but just observing, you also turn off your video. This is the second day of the second week of public inquiry into the application by Scottish Power Renewables for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1999 for the construction and operation of an extension to the existing Arecleoch wind farm. My name is David Little, and my fellow reporter Alison Kirkwood is also with us today. I won't repeat all the housekeeping and introductions from yesterday, just a couple of reminders that the meeting is being filmed and broadcast live or webcast live and will be stored, and if we can all follow the relevant COVID guidelines. I mentioned how we need to use the microphones. We had a few issues yesterday with a couple of people dropping out. We took a pause when that happened, so as not to prejudice anyone, and we'll do that again today just to make sure that everyone's able to participate in the way they need to. So just to recap then, we had reached the end of the cross-examination for Mr. Welsh, and we are now about to ask our questions. Probably we've got a few questions, so after those it might be that we take a short break before the examination, and then it would be moving on to Mr. Campbell to lead the council's witness. So if that all sounds fine and there's no procedural issues to raise before we start, then I'll just press on and ask Mr. Welsh our questions. That's okay. So, Mr. Welsh, there's a few documents we're going to turn to. So, just to give you a heads up of those. So, your inquiry report and your recognition, which you've anticipated, probably I certainly refer to CD 6.18, which is the South Ayrshire Landscape Wind Farm Capacity Study from 2018. We might not need to look at it, but I'll certainly refer to it. We'll see CD 19.2, which is...
Sorry, David, do you want to check? There's, I can't see the applicant, so you just want to check, is Mr. Welsh there?
Mr. Welsh, are you...
Yes, I heard all of that, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, yes, so CD 19.2, which is Harriet Ellis's statement of case. I want us to look at the Chapter 7 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report and some of the supporting wireframes with that. Carol Anderson's inquiry report, which is CD 16.1, and finally CD 1.4, which is the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment. I'll give you time to get to those as we go through it. So, and apologies for, I'm going to do it broadly in the order of your inquiry report, so it might mean we dance around a little bit, but it's just easier for me to do it in that manner. So if we look firstly, and so my final point, these are just generally points of clarification, so it might not be that we spend a long time in each of them, but there's a few of them to go through. So 2.9 is in your inquiry report, is the first reference I want to ask about. Okay, that I'll just read it out. So SEC considers that the effects identified within its objection are unacceptable in relation to certain facets of the landscape and the people who experience it, whereas Open considers that they're acceptable insofar as landscape and visual considerations apply. And elsewhere you explain and indeed lay out in bullet points the basis for your conclusions on acceptability. I suppose I'm just interested in the converse. How would you characterise, not necessarily with relation to this project, but just generally, how would you characterise the type of effects which you would judge to be unacceptable? are the kind of things we're talking about?
I think, sir, that during a wind farm design exercise, we provide a considerable amount of input to the evolution of a project from its first inception through to the development that you find in the EIAR. And by the time it gets to a completed EIAR, our objective is to have removed effects that we consider to present an unacceptable effect in landscape and visual terms. So the types of effects that are eliminated are where turbines are positioned too close to the most sensitive receptors, and that might be people living in their homes, people in appreciating designated landscapes, living in settlements, using sensitive tourist routes. And the process of designing a wind farm takes many months. It's not a straightforward exercise. And it's during that process, which is iterative with many disciplines, that the wind farm evolves to its final form. And during that process, we will advise the applicant on effects that we consider would be unacceptable, and that involves turbine removal, adjusting positions, pushing back. In some instances, it involves developments with a mix of turbine heights to address particular sensitivities. So that's maybe what, when you look at a development like Strannoch to the south of us, you can see that it has turbines of a whole mix of different turbine heights, and that will be the sort of iterative process to eliminate effects that are assessed by somebody as unacceptable. So perhaps that's why when we get to the EIAR, I have given the applicant my professional opinion that I think that development is acceptable. If I did not consider it acceptable, I would not defend it at inquiry. I hope that answers your point.
Yeah, yes, it does. That's helpful. So, I mean, yes, I appreciate that the design process is a complicated one and it's an evolving one, and there will be tensions or at least interplay between moving a turbine or might be good for one receptor, but it might be bad for another receptor, and these balance judgments have to be made. But it sounded like there, when you were listing the types of effects, it might be that it sounded like regardless of those trade-offs, there will be effects which to you as a professional would be unacceptable. So that, for example, if a turbine was too close to a dwelling, let's say, for the sake of argument, if it was too high and too close, then that would be the end of the matter. And unless it was moved out of that envelope, that would remain unacceptable, regardless of the other trade-offs. It sounds like there are certain things which you wouldn't suffer. Is that right?
That is quite correct, sir. And that is why the design process is lengthy, because we are debating and reviewing a whole host of different effects on different types of receptor. Okay, and just the final point on this one, I think. When you were talking yesterday, you were talking about this idea of acceptability, but a couple of times you also talked about your advice being this is unlikely to be consented, unlikely to be acceptable to someone else. So I just want to be clear, when you're talking there just now about acceptability, that's to you as a professional. It's not a judgment as to whether or not someone like me would find it acceptable and consentable. Absolutely, sir. It is an assessment in landscape and visual terms of the relative magnitude of effect of an impact on a particular receptor. So whether that's a house, a settlement, a road, a sensitive hilltop, it is my opinion on the acceptability of effects in landscape terms. And that's why I've gone to some length in my report to try and set down the factors that I consider.
Okay, thank you. I'll just find the next thing I was going to ask about. Yeah, so if we can turn to 7.16 of your inquiry report, please.
I have that.
Okay, yeah, so Ms. Anderson responds to this in her recognition at 2.4 and explains, just to paraphrase it as I understand it, explaining that the capacity study was based on work in the field and an appreciation of where the turbines are, and that the fact that the on the maps the extent of the existing wind farm is bigger and encompasses areas where there are no turbines. It's just a quirk in the mapping and had no effect on the study. Do you accept that explanation?
I accept her professional response to the matter, but it is of some concern that this flaw not only arose in 2013, but then manifested itself in the supplementary guidance and continued into the 2018 version as well. And given the importance of cumulative effects in establishing capacity, I think there is a risk that, if not Ms. Anderson, others looking at this document might have drawn the wrong impression of the scale of existing development footprint in this area. That it's impossible from these figures or from figure 1 on page 12 to work out the size of the existing footprint of operational Arecleoch.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So I'm moving on to.
Very sorry to interrupt, sir, but I didn't get that answer at all. You all faded out. I wonder if Mr. Welsh could summarise for me what he said.
Hear me now, Mr. Campbell? Can you hear me now, Mr. Campbell?
Very well, thank you. Very well, thank you.
In summary, what I said was that I accept Ms. Campbell's explanation as her professional opinion on the matter, but it is nonetheless a concern that this flaw in the map arose in 2013, was continued into the SG in 2015, and then repeated again in the 2018 update. And it mistakenly shows an incorrect footprint for operational development, which might lead some people to conclude there was less capacity in 18C than there is. And I also said that there is no way of working out from figure 1 the extent of the footprint of the operational Arecleoch wind farm.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Okay, thank you. And needless to say, if anyone else is having problems following, then just try and let us know. Yes, now, Mr. Welsh, I was going to move on to 7.33 to 7.34 of the inquiry statement. But I only do it in this order because that takes me to Harriet Ellis's statement of case and what she says about the capacity study, and she makes some statements or some conclusions, and I just want to get your view on them. So it's probably easiest going to her statement of case to do this. So that's CD 19.2, if you got it.
I think it's I have it.
Okay, thank you, Keith. And if we can go to paragraph 3.3. You got that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's quoting from the capacity study from page 216, I think it is, and there's a map on the preceding page, and it's about the plateau landscape character type. And so, talking about that, it's the second quoted sentence. So additional turbines of this size. I'm sorry, actually. Bear with me. Yeah, no, sorry. Additional turbines of this size, and my close brackets, that means above 130 meters. Additional turbines of this size sited on the remaining undeveloped edges of this character type would be likely to significantly intrude on smaller scale intimate pastoral valleys 13 and adjacent upland glens 14. So the question I have to you is, would you say that the application site here where the turbines are going is on one of those remaining undeveloped edges of this landscape character type as set out there?
I would say that the application site or the location of the turbines is not located on the edge because it was designed back from that edge as set out in the design and access statement. A visit to the site shows that it occupies a plateau area with dips and small hills that are covered in commercial plantation, which in my opinion typifies the landscape described as having some opportunity in the capacity study. I would accept that it takes development towards the edge that is described here as being sensitive, and that was a factor in limiting the footprint of the proposed development. I think it comes down, sir, to an interpretation as to whether this description of the edge means no turbines should be visible, or that they can be visible, but they should not be dominant or overbearing or oppressive. And given that there is already wind farm development visible from within these valley landscapes, I consider that it is not necessary to completely hide the development, but it is necessary to ensure that it does not result in an overbearing influence on that adjoining landscape. And the matter is raised in several parts of the landscape capacity study, and I think it's important to look at the section that defines it provides guidance on the siting of further development. And it's also helpful to have to consider the repowering exercise that's also undertaken in the document and in the appendix, because that tests the idea of 200-meter turbines and identifies where it thinks the most sensitive areas are. And with regard to that, sir, it is the areas to the northwest of Bar Hill, and particularly in terms of cumulative to the southwest. It is not specific that the Dusk Valley to the east is particularly sensitive in relation to this criteria. So I'm very happy to take you through that if it would help, sir. But I think the design exercise that has been undertaken paid careful attention to the need to avoid an excessive amount of intrusion in these valleys. And as I said yesterday, it's been set back 2 kilometers into the area. But I would strongly encourage you to make a visit to the site to see for yourself the actual area where the turbines are located.
Okay, yes, we've already been on site, and I'm sure we'll be back when we can. That's fine. I have a couple more questions, or I had prepared a couple more questions, based on Harry Ellis's reading of the capacity study. So I'll go through them. If you've already given me the answer there, then that's fine. I'll try and circumvent them. We certainly will be looking, and have looked at the whole of the document, including those sections you mentioned. I probably won't ask you to take me anywhere that's not coming out of the questions. Whether Mr. Thompson wants to do that with you afterwards, that's fine. So just bear with me. So the next question was really just moving on a paragraph in Harry Ellis's statement of case, so to 3.4. And she is quoting there from 21.2 of the study. And again, I'll just read out, it's the final part of the final sentence. Any additional development would be likely to impinge on the more sensitive outer edges of these uplands. It's probably the same area, and so if you feel you've just answered it, that's fine. But I just wanted to see if you had any comment on that final bit that I've quoted.
I think it is a fair point that when you approach the edge of an upland landscape character type, sensitivity is increased, particularly if it's joining a valley type. And therefore, when taking a design exercise for a wind farm that is positioned towards the edge of an upland type, you need to pay particular attention to that factor. And as I think I did, as I said, it was one of the key criteria considered in the design and access statement, and which informed the design of this development. And it is a judgment call as to whether the amount of visibility that the development gives rise to from those valleys meets or exceeds that factor. In my professional view, it appears it is inevitably visible from some of these sensitive receptors, but it is not overly dominant or overbearing on those views, and that is because it is set back 2 kilometers into the landscape character type. I would say, sir, it's not this point is not unusual, is not exceptional to the Arecleoch extension site. It's a common factor that arises in wind farms in upland areas where they approach the edges of the uplands.
Okay, fine, thank you. Just bear with me a second to see if we need to go to this next point. Okay, yes, so it's a slightly different point. If we look at 3.11 of Harry Ellis's statement of case, and it's probably 3.12 as well, the point is extended into. And I'll just read them out, I think. So this assessment, this is again quoting now from the study, this assessment concludes that there are very few locations where turbines up to 200 metres high could be accommodated in Ayrshire, with potential scope being limited to the Arecleoch and Whiteley wind farms. These wind farms lie within more expansive and generally simpler upland plateau landscapes. Some redesign would be necessary to emit more prominent turbines seen from adjacent valleys and lowlands. And then Harry Ellis goes on to say in the next paragraph, if the guidance considers it will be necessary to remove the outermost Arecleoch turbines in any future repowering, i.e. in inserting or replacing those turbines of this height, it cannot be reasonable to build those of the present proposal so near the boundary of the upland plateau that they result in significantly affecting the adjacent valleys. So what I take Harry Ellis to be saying there is that if the guidance has reached the conclusion that if you were to repower Arecleoch with much larger turbines, you probably need to pull some of those back further. Whereas, so therefore, isn't that inconsistent with this proposal, which puts those larger turbines closer to the valley than the existing wind farm? So that was my take on Ms. Ellis's point there, and I just wanted to give you a chance to respond if you want to.
Thank you. I can understand Miss Ellis, the principle of Miss Ellis's point. The guidance, firstly, I would say the guidance identifies Arecleoch as one of the very limited locations where there is scope for 200 meters. The guidance was based on a hypothetical study informed by the wirelines in the appendix. And I would flag that in those hypothetical wirelines, which tested 150 and 200 meter turbines, no attempt was made, and this isn't a criticism, but no attempt was made to redesign the wind farm. The spacing for turbines 200 meters tall is very different to the requirement for spacing of turbines that are 118 meters tall. So it was a hypothetical exercise, and that's a factor to bear in mind. If Arecleoch was redesigned, repowered, it would have to be comprehensively redesigned, and part of that redesign process would ensure that any repowered turbines did not manifestly cause unacceptable effects on adjoining sensitive valleys. It's not as simple as unplugging one turbine and plugging in a bigger one on the same site. So it would be subject to a considerable design exercise. Now, I would say that in Arecleoch extension terms, that has been subject to a careful design exercise considering 200 meter tall turbines. And as I noted earlier, I think that site specific design exercise has shown that they can be accommodated on that part of the landform without unacceptably exacerbating visual effects, landscape and visual effects. So the capacity study is guidance, and that guidance should not be used to dictate site-specific considerations, sir, but it should inform, it should be a starting point and inform the detailed evaluation of the type that was carried out for this application.
Okay, that's fine. That's helpful. Thank you. Right. Sorry to. If we can go back to your inquiry report and 8.2, please.
I have that, sir.
Okay, so here you are responding in some, or you're referring to the council's committee report and to the landscape, the capacity study, referring to the A714 as a tourist route, and you're saying that well, it doesn't. Does not form part of the national tourist routes identified by Visit Scotland, and it forms part of the Galloway tourist route, but only south of East Europe. So, I suppose the question I have is, what is the implications of that? Is that about the sensitivity or the significance of the route in terms of the assessment? I just want to know what point you're making.
Yes, normally in a landscape and visual impact assessment, a designated tourist route would increase the sensitivity that you attach to receptors, people using that route. The designated tourist routes are generally considered to be higher sensitivity than non-designated routes. That was purely the point I was making there.
That's fine. And in the EIA report, then it's treated as a non-designated and therefore less sensitive route.
Yes.
Okay. If we can look then at 8.11 of your inquiry report. And you're describing there the effects on part of the Disk Valley, if I'm pronouncing that right, following Mr. Andrews' use of the word yesterday. So I'm interested in what's the appropriate geographical scale to consider the effect to be significant, and maybe this is about what the receptor is, and so you're describing the effects on part of the effects on landscape character of part of the valley. Do we, in reaching our conclusions, need to grapple with the concept of what the effects would be on the landscape character of the valley overall, or of even the unit overall, which is a T-shaped one, including the Stincher Valley, or is the right approach to consider it in terms of the extent of the effects on landscape character, and that takes you far enough. I just want interested in your views on that.
It's a relevant point, sir, in that if you were hypothetically, if you were assessing a very large character type and you only affected a very small part of it, you could argue that was not significant because the geographical extent, the wider geographical extent, was unaffected. But a more subtle way of assessing it would be to acknowledge that there may be significant effects in localized areas, but that in overall terms it was not significant. It is part of the methodology, and this is from GLVIA, requires us to consider geographical extent as part of the magnitude of change. So it is relevant, but what I would not do is dismiss a localized significant effect if one arose, and that's what we're doing in the LVIA, or what we're doing in the LVIA in this section that I've quoted, is to say, okay, the river valleys include the Stincher and the Dusk, but it's only part of the Dusk that is subject to a significant landscape effect. So we consider the whole unit, but we don't dismiss a significant effect on a small part of it.
Okay, that's fine. The second kind of point you made there was that it's a more subtle way is to acknowledge some effects, but you then said maybe not significant in overall terms. So I haven't seen that you've taken that second part here. I didn't see from the EIA report. I see what it says about the extent of effects within the Goose Valley. It didn't seem to offer a view on whether, if you take the valley or the unit as a whole, that would be a significant effect. Now, maybe it doesn't need to. I'm not saying it should, but I'm just confirming you haven't assessed it in that terms.
No, we haven't. We've identified where a significant effect arises and pointed out that other parts of the receptor, the landscape character type, are not significantly affected, but we haven't said overall this means it's a significant or not significant effect. But by the very act of narrowing down where a significant effect arises suggests to me that we don't think that in overall terms the character type is significantly affected.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. So at 8.14, I hope we will. I'm not going to take you through every word of your inquiry report, I promise. But at 8.14, we move on to discussing Glen Tig, where we've been. We've been to many of these places. Other than on the public road, where there would be, where else in the Glen are you aware that there's publicly accessible views of the WIN, or there would be publicly accessible views of the wind farm, especially from the upper reaches? And it's the kind of second part of that is that would a lack of public access affect conclusions on significance and or acceptability?
From my own field work, the other area that I went to inspect it was from the access track to Weeb, which is right at the northeastern end of the glen. The fact that there are a few publicly accessible points would not directly would not lead me to conclude that it wasn't important as a landscape resource, but it would be a factor that I would draw out in acceptability terms, that it's an effect that few people might experience, but in terms of the landscape receptor, a landscape character type, it would not reduce our assessment of significance on it, and we've been clear to narrow that to the eastern end of Glen Tig.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Right, can at this point, if we can, it's paragraph 9.3 of your inquiry report that I was looking at, but what I wanted to do is, I got out a couple of the photo montages for a couple of the viewpoints I just want to discuss with you, just as a way of an example, just to help our understanding. So, what I have is, to give you a bit of time to get them. I've got the photo montages for viewpoints 5, 6, and 13, and I've used the 53-degree projection, 53.5-degree projection, just so they're all the same. I'll give you a bit of time to get them, and if you want to show me other of the wireframes as we discuss these, then that's also fine.
I hope the rustling of paper doesn't cause too much concern, but I have 5 open.
Okay, so I'm just interested in judgments of significance here. So I think if you look at VP5, I think that's assessed as not significant. And I was comparing with. Sorry, I think that's wrong. Sorry, 5 is significant. 6 is not significant, and 13, which is a Corward house, it is significant, and we were interested in the differences here, and the turbines are similar in their scale and the way they present themselves to a certain extent in these views, and so we were just interested in why 6 had a judgment of not significant and the other 2 were, whether that's about what you're seeing in the view or whether that's about the significance, sorry, the sensitivity of the viewpoint. So I just wondered if there's anything you wanted to say about that.
Thank you, sir. We've assessed a significant effect at viewpoint 5 of a medium to high magnitude, and we had attributed the sensitivity also medium high, so it's a relatively high sensitivity location. In the view you see the proposed development but none other wind farm development, so it introduces visibility. Factors that reduce the magnitude of change include the fact that you only see part of the turbine height, you only see part of the turbine numbers. 4 or 5 hubs are seen, for example, but the development appears above an expansive line of coniferous plantation, and that tells the viewer that it's located not in the valley, above the valley, within the upland fringe. So it's not an impact of the highest magnitude. If you compare that with 6, we've identified a similar magnitude of change there, but the sensitivity is lower, and sensitivity includes reference to susceptibility. And because the development is seen entirely in the context of other operational development, susceptibility is lowered. And combining that sensitivity, lower sensitivity with a medium-high magnitude of change, in our assessment, is a not significant effect at this location. In other words, sir, I would say the context at 6 is key to reducing the significance of that impact.
Okay, that's fine. So, in terms of that, it's more the presence of the existing turbines in that view, rather than if you were to kid on they weren't there, an inherent difference between the characteristics of sensitivity of the two locations, or is there also a difference in those?
There is a difference in the sensitivity because of the GLBIA requires us to consider how susceptible somebody is likely to be to the proposed development at that location. And given that you're seeing an expanse of Kilgalleoch and Arecleoch in the baseline, your susceptibility would be lowered.
I mean, that's probably fine. That's probably enough to explain what I wanted to do. I mentioned 13, and you can talk about it if you want, but you've probably answered the question, but I'll give you the choice.
I think what I would say about 13 is similarly, the sensitivity is lowered because it's a road route. It's not say a hilltop viewpoint or a designated path. It's a section of the A714. We've given it a medium sensitivity, but again, from that location, your baseline context is influenced by visibility of Arecleoch operational, Kilgalleoch operational, and the magnitude of change is affected not only by distance, but by that existing amenity. However, the proposed development does appear to extend the field of view affected by turbines, and we think, on balance, this is the findings of sensitivity and magnitude here could go one way or another in terms of significance, but in our assessment, we tipped this on the significant side of the scales because of that increase in field of view from the proposed development. I would add, sir, that in these 3 examples that we've looked at, the council, Carol Anderson and I, are agreed as to those findings. So it's not in dispute from that point of view.
Okay, fine. Yes, and yes, we know that final point. Okay, at 9.24 then, of your inquiry report, let me just look at that. Yeah, so this is about Bar Hill, isn't it? And so and viewpoint 4, I think it is. Yeah. So Carol Anderson, in her inquiry statement, I'm just going to quote it. I don't think you need to look at it just now. She says, a greater number of turbines is likely to be visible just a few metres along the footway. Aye, so a greater number than is evident from looking at EP4. And so, do the new wire lines which accompanied your inquiry report bear that statement out, or do they counter it?
In my view, sir, they counter it. We tested visibility along the A714 through Bar Hill, and this demonstrated that the location of viewpoint 4 is representative of the, I would say, some of the highest level of impact in the settlement, in the village. And those power lines run right the way along to the community centre and the school at the northern end.
Okay, that's fine. 9.29 then is the next paragraph I wanted to look at. And it's just the very last bit. This is talking about different turbine heights, and you said right at the end, actual height differences can be difficult to perceive in the landscape in Open's experience. And I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about the basis for that statement.
Yes, how you perceive scale in the landscape depends on a number of factors, and if you are trying to judge, one of the most difficult things for a landscape architect to do, and maybe for anybody to do, is to judge the height of a wind turbine when they see it in the landscape. It's very, very difficult to do with any accuracy. And what tends to lead to uncomfortable scale relationships is where you view a large object in close proximity to a smaller scale element, such as a house, where you can recognize the very large discrepancy in scale. Now, our point in the LVIA is that from many locations, I'm not saying from all, but from many locations, you would perceive the larger Arecleoch extension turbines as clearly larger elements, as we did at viewpoint 6, but it would suggest to you they were closer than the operational wind farms that sit behind them. I don't think that you would necessarily be able to judge that one was 118 meters high and the other 200. It would accentuate the natural perspective that exists between an object being close to you and one being further away. You can go to viewpoints in the LVIA where other wind farms sit to the foreground. If you go to locations in Kilgalleach, for example, and that sense of scale is completely turned around in that the foreground turbines appear to be the very much larger ones. So it's a difficult judgment, and it depends where you're standing relative to the turbines.
What about viewpoints where you'll be seeing the proposed turbines at about the same distance to you as the existing wind farm turbines, or even beyond them, behind them as you look? Would one be able to perceive the difference in scales then, and is that a problem?
I think you would perceive the difference in size. I don't think it would jar, but I think people's vision would detect that some were larger than others. I don't think that makes for an unacceptable contrast, and indeed, wherever extensions to wind farms have occurred in Scotland, you end up with some adjustment to the height between the various phases of development. And we included information on this in our response to this application. I think viewpoint 14 that was raised both by Ms. Ellis and by Mr. Kelly is a good example where you're seeing the development from the north, and it's actually difficult, I think, to discern a material difference between the two parts of the scheme.
Right, that's good. I want to take you now to 10.14 of your inquiry report. And this is about turbine lighting, and you're making reference to other inquiries or other recent inquiries. Now, clearly, we've not seen any of that evidence, but your last sentence there at 10.14 says, this or these maybe findings by Nature Scott sit uncomfortably with the evidence led at recent inquiries into visible aviation lighting. So, given that we've not seen any of that evidence, is there anything we can really take from what you're saying there? It just wasn't clear if you wanted us to take anything from that statement.
I would say, sir, that at two recent inquiries where lighting was a material consideration, significant effects were contained within a distance of around half that's quoted here. Now, it should not be, you can't use one other example to say that would be the same in every case, but in my evidence in relation to other developments, the significant impacts from lighting were dropping away at around about 10 kilometers from 2000 candela lights. Doesn't mean you can't see them beyond that, but they were dropping away at around about the 10 to 12 kilometer mark, and that was not challenged.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the residential visual amenity assessment. If we look at 11.21 of your inquiry report, and you're just describing there the effects at Colenzi, and you don't mention anything there. I appreciate you doing in the RVAA. I think there's nothing here about the orientation of the properties. So I just wondered if you could explain how that's informed your conclusions on the RVE on residential visual amenity.
Yes, I would say I would not suggest that either property does not face broadly south. I think Weeb faces slightly southwest. Kilrenzi principal direction is southeast, but both properties have the potential for open views to the south, where both Arecleoch and Arecleoch extension would be seen on the southern horizon. I would also say that in visiting both of those, my reaction was that but both also benefit from views round to the east towards the Merrick, which offer, and this is highly subjective, sir, but they offer a longer distance outlook than the view directly to the south, which is across the Tig and into the bank of forestry which edges the Arecleoch site. So if you were looking at where the visual amenity from the properties is best captured, I would say it is not in that direction, but more around to the east, where there's a more interesting long range view. But I accept that is subjective.
Okay, and just staying there, really on 11.22, but don't think we need to look at the wording. I'm just wondering about the presence of the existing turbines. Does that add to the cumulative effects in terms of residential amenity, or mean that the additional effects of the extension are diminished? I'm presuming it's the former, because if you're considering the lavender test or something like it as a threshold, then the existing turbines must be part of what might take you to that kind of threshold. Is that, am I thinking about that the right way?
That's fair. And in the survey sheets, you'll note we've paid attention to how the field of view changes. So you can't ignore you should not ignore the baseline influence of Arecleoch on amenity, but it's important to understand how that influence would be accentuated by the proposed development. And so we've provided an assessment of that in the survey sheets. And it is the case that the field of view would be increased notably by the proposed development. And that has been a factor in our assessment of high magnitude of change.
Okay, and in particular, comparing the proximity and the height of turbine 4 as part of the scheme, or even compared to the existing turbines, is turbine 4 and its effects? How did that feature in the judgment, or is it unfair to pick out one turbine in particular?
It's a fact that turbine 4 is the closest turbine to the properties and therefore gives rise to the greatest magnitude of effect. I would say so. Without turbine 4, the magnitude of change would still be in the medium to high range. But it is a fact that turbine 4 is the closest and therefore the most prominent. Having said that, at the distances we're dealing with here of over 1.25 kilometers, I don't consider that effect to be overbearing.
Okay, so probably just a final question on the RVA then, and picking up on that point, and go on in the next paragraph, I think, to talk about the percentages of the field of view and the relative to the separation distances. So I suppose my question, are these percentages and this separation distances, given the heights of these turbines, in your experience, are these what you might typically see in whilst reaching a view of the lavender test, if you like, isn't failed. I'm just trying to get a sense of your experience of the kind of when turbines tend to get so close that they fail that test, and that will depend on their height, and it will no doubt depend on lots of other factors. But I'm just trying to get a sense of in your experience of judging something like this in the past.
I would ask you, sir, just to note that it's not percentages that are given there, but degrees, field of view degrees, just because a percentage would give you a different impression. There is no, or I would say very limited case history that I'm aware of that assesses residential amenity in relation to 200-meter high turbines. However, what is important is the line of sight and angle of view from a person living in a property to the top of the turbine. That really is the measure. So providing I don't have a difficulty with a 200-meter turbine, but it would need to be further away than perhaps a 149 in relation to the property. By being further away, it can give pretty much the same magnitude of effect. We have lots of evidence before the inquiry in relation to turbines and distances from properties. In my experience, overbearing effects tend to arise where both a combination of distance and an element of surrounding by a wind farm arises, and that would tend to be at less than or close to a kilometre. So we are considerably beyond the range that development has been found to be acceptable elsewhere in terms of the lavender test. And I would draw your attention to Harbin Head, for example, which where it's clearly defined by the reporter and ministers, if you wanted an example. But we are dealing here with larger turbines than case history has had to deal with to date. So distance is one factor, but also the field of view affected is another. And one of the most common instances where residential amenity effects are found to be unacceptable is where a sense of encirclement arises from a property, and I do not consider that happens in this case. And the degrees that I quote in 11.23 underpin that. It's a small part of a wider view and a wider amenity experienced at those locations.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're finished with your inquiry report. I want to have a look at Carol Anderson's inquiry report, if we may, just a couple of places. So that's CD 16.2, if you have it. Okay, and so the first section is paragraph 5.6. And I'm just going to find the right section that I was interested in. Yeah, so Ms. Anderson there is talking about the effects on the Dusk Valley, and she uses VP5 as an example, and I'll just read out. It says, where visibility of the proposal would be restricted from the more well-wooded sections of the valley floor, where visible, for example, at VP5, The very large turbines of the proposal would dominate the scale of the valley, which is influenced by its strongly contained form, more intricate land cover pattern, and settled character. And then she says, significant adverse effects would occur on part of the Duist Valley, extending between approximately 2 kilometres to the southeast of Bar Hill, around the Arecleoch area to Puntberry. I suppose it was the key extract there is very large turbines would dominate the scale of the valley, which is influenced by strongly contained form, more intricate land cover pattern, and settled character. And I just wondered whether you had any comments on that assessment.
I do, sir. I don't agree with Carol Anderson's assessment there. I think if you saw the turbines to their full height on the edge of the valley, they would have that visual effect. And indeed, in a number of the examples she tests in the appendix to her capacity study, that situation arises. We are not at viewpoint 5. In my assessment, that scale of impact does not arise. I accept they can be seen, but you cannot form a view as to how tall they are from that location because they are tucked behind the forestry edge. That's a stark difference to any of the repowering options tested, for example, in the LCS.
Okay, thank you. So the second and final question on that inquiry report is it 5.13, 5.13.2. And again, we're in the Duist Valley, and let's see, I think it's the penultimate sentence. So the proposal would introduce new views of turbines seen juxtaposed with the more scenically diverse lower section of the Duist, as demonstrated in BP5. So we're still in BP5, but I just wondered whether that characterisation there was something that you review on.
I don't agree that they would appear discordant at VP5. I would agree that the lower or northern section of the Duist is more scenically diverse, but that is also the area where a very significant proportion of the valley floor is wooded or benefits from woodland screening, as shown in the ZTV analysis I've carried out. So where those views do occur, they are few and far between from the valley floor. And we've discussed viewpoints 6 and 13, but I don't agree that they, where seen with Kilgalleach and Arecleoch, they would appear discordant. And I draw some comfort from the SNH response in that respect, where they consider it would appear to form a direct extension to that development of Arecleoch. If it was discordant, it would not appear to form a direct extension.
Okay, thank you. We're nearly at the end of the questions I was going to ask, just a few more. I want to go back to Ms. Ellis's evidence, and so this is her statement of case again at 3.23 and to a certain extent 3.26.
I have that 3.23.
So here she undertook an exercise of lightening the image for one of the nighttime views, which was the VPD, I think, in the lighting assessment, and offers views on the daytime effects from this location. And I just wondered whether you had viewed any comments on what the effects would be from here during the daytime.
From VPD. I'm happy to say that I think the effect at VPD would be significant as you come. It represents a high point on the route where you would see the proposed development in the context of the operational Arecleoch development. It's a high level view in an upland context, and you would face towards the proposed development as you come off the brow of the hill heading towards Colmanel, and that would give rise to a significant visual impact during daytime. Sir, I don't agree with her assessment. I've just read it there, completely dominating the view. So I don't accept that. It would be seen across the Stincher, which is some distance away.
Okay, thank you. So the last theme, if you like, is if we ever look at 3.40 of Harry Ellis's statement of case. And she begins from this point to cover significance, cover cumulative effects and prospects of Kilgalleoch and Kilgalleoch extension and Clockery. And we talked about this yesterday, and about the approach of having a queue for cumulative assessment. So Harriet Ellis here at 340, at the end of that paragraph says, if application stage Clockery were taken into consideration, sorry, I'll just check what viewpoint we're talking about here. This is at viewpoint 14 and not going. If Clockery was taken into consideration, there would be a high magnitude of change and a significant cumulative effect. So you told us what you told us about the process and the approach to the queue. So if that's something you haven't and don't wish to take a view on, that's fine. But I wondered what your position is. Do you have a view, or is it not something you want to give a view on?
I'm happy to say, sir, that I don't agree with Miss Ellis's assessment of a high magnitude of impact. Clockery is at some considerable distance from the viewpoint, and would appear alongside Mark Hill. It would intensify the baseline cumulative situation, but not to the extent that a high magnitude of cumulative change would arise. And I believe, I'm just struggling to find it, but the visualization for Clockery from viewpoint 14 is before you, so you could look at that to see. That's what I did. I looked at that.
But 3.57 Mazellis says something similar, that if you for the A714 sequential route assessment, if Clockery and Kingrally were taken into account, the effects would be significant. Again, is that something you want to offer a view on?
We know that the significant contribution from the proposed development to the A714 is limited to approximately 2.5 kilometers of the route, and I have verified that that would not change if Clockery was included in the baseline cumulative context. It would it would intensify the cumulative effect, but not to a magnitude of high.
Okay, so finally then on this issue of cumulative, can we look at 5.7 of Mazellis's statement of case? And we're still in the same territory, but I think it's closer to conclusions, and she says at the end of 5.7, this is in relation to Clockery and our proposal. The two proposals in combination would have such a large impact that it seems unacceptable that there are no assessments in the LVIA of likely impacts from each viewpoint so that a judgment can be made. And I think you answered that point yesterday, in Chief, I think it was. But I suppose the Clockery inquiry will come after our inquiry. I suppose it's conceivable that, well, it seems likely that ministers will have both reports with them at the same time. And so the order in which the inquiries take place conceivably won't be the order in which those applications are determined. And so does your queuing system still work in that circumstance?
Certainly there will be an opportunity for evidence to be led at Clockery in relation to its cumulative interaction with Arecleoch extension, and that would give the reporters and third parties, and indeed other main parties, an opportunity to test any cumulative interaction between the two, including a combined cumulative interaction if that was felt important. The two developments are separated by some distance, and also with Mark Hill sitting in between them. And those are factors, factors of distance, separation by landform, and by Mark Hill would be factors that, in my opinion, reduce the combined cumulative effect of the two projects. But I haven't led evidence on that, sir, and it's perhaps unfair for me to go into that here, but there is an opportunity through the Clockery inquiry for evidence on cumulative effects to be tested.
Okay, that's understood. My very last question, Ms. Spence she mentioned the view from her property or from the track to her property, and she also mentioned the view from her first floor window, I think. And there was a discussion, a view call about wireframes and what might best show the view from her property. And you mentioned Chermorry, the VP1 at Chermorry Cane, which might not be the best in as much as that's swung round to the west and doesn't have the same spatial relationship in terms of the existing turbines and the proposed ones. So I'm wondering, is there a proxy wireline that you would point us to that shows or helps us understand the view from that kind of location? And the ones I was thinking about, I think it's 3 and 13 are maybe similar in distance, but not in angle. 11, I think, looks right over Dock Royal to the site, so it's got a very similar spatial relationship, albeit it's further back. So I just wondered if we're interested in the kind of scale differentiation as perceived from around Dock Royal, is there any of the wire lines or anything else that would help us consider that?
I haven't considered that, sir, but I think your suggestions there are fair ones. Viewpoint 11 gives us a near identical line of sight, albeit from 2 to 3 kilometers further away, but it shows us the relationship between the various developments. And viewpoint 3, I'm just going to have a look at that before I commit to that. But viewpoint 3, whilst it shows a different view direction, would give you, I think, a fair estimation of the relative height of the turbines as it is at broadly a similar distance to her property. But I wouldn't want you to take viewpoint 3 as necessarily reflecting her visual amenity.
No, that's fine. It was a narrow thing, simply in terms of leaving aside the extent of visibility, just the difference in turbine size as might be perceived. So that's all. Okay. Thank you very much. I probably detained you longer than you expected to be detained at this stage. So I'm going to suggest we have a break until 11:40, and then, sorry, Mr. Campbell.
Sorry, I've interrupted a little more quickly than a little sooner than I meant to. You were just announcing a break. So I've spent the last hour struggling with hearing you and Mr. Welsh. I estimate I've got something like half of the evidence noted. So rather than interrupt every time, I haven't done so, but it means that in order to understand the evidence, I'm going to have to play the tape back. And so I'm just giving you notice now that I'm going to need a little extra time to do that at the end of this session, not, of course, during the session itself. I don't know what's wrong. I've done an internet test. I'm getting 20 megabytes, which is plenty. So it's not here in Berwickshire that this is the problem. I don't know where the problem is coming from, but as I say, I have to pick up Mr. Welsh's. I have to pick up your questions from Mr. Welsh's answers, and I don't even get all of the answers. It's been very unsatisfactory today. I don't know if anybody else is having the same experience. But we'll manage. We'll manage. You know, we can patch it in later on. It's just to say that today it seems very poor.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Will this affect? Are you concerned about being unsighted on stuff that you might have asked Ms. Anderson about in chief?
I don't believe so, sir. I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, I'll press on, but thank you for raising that. And if we need a longer pause to assist you, then we can do that.
Sorry.
So it's
Thank you.
11:30.
Are you taking a break now, sir?
Yes, let's stop now until 11:40, and then Mr. Thompson can start his re-examination. Thank you. Okay, good morning again, everyone. Mr. Welsh or Mr. Thompson, are you, I don't see you there, but are you back with us?
Yes, sir, we're back and raring to go.
Good. Okay, well, over to you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Welsh. I want to ask you first one or two questions about the evidence yesterday. So if we could go back, first of all, to JW10, about which you were asked a number of questions. And I think Mr. Campbell asked you several questions about the colouring of the zones shown in the key. And they show various colours ranging from pale yellow to purple. What I wanted to ask you was, what are the white areas that don't have any colour at all?
The white areas on JW10 are where no visibility of the lights would arise altogether. They are outside the ZTV of the lighting.
So looking at the dark skies area, where there's some dark purple, some light purple, and quite a lot of white, does that mean that there's no visibility of the site from the white areas there?
Yes, in effect, it tells us that within the wildland area and the dark sky park core, there is no visibility east of the Merrick ridgeline, which is the area which catches the dark purple.
Thank you. Next question, next topic. There's been a lot of discussion with you about the cumulative effects, cumulative impact, and the way that's calculated. And you explained about the cutoff date, which was in, I think, chapter 7, 7.4.4.6 was where the cutoff date is to be found, I think. Now, what I wanted to ask you was what would happen if there wasn't a cutoff date?
If you did not impose a cutoff date, you would have to continuously adapt the cumulative assessment up to the point of submission, which potentially would make for a never-ending task, as you would need to continually pick up scoping sites, application stage developments as they came into the cumulative arena. So there has to be a cutoff date so that you can complete the assessment and have a definitive cumulative context.
And taking it to an extreme, what would happen if a fresh application for Section 36 consent in the relevant area had been lodged yesterday?
The onus would be on that development, that application, to undertake an assessment of the cumulative effects with Arecleoch extension and other developments in the relative cumulative context.
What would happen if there hadn't been a cutoff date?
With no cutoff date, it's an unlimited consideration of schemes coming forwards, which makes for an unmanageable environmental assessment and application.
Otherwise, would one have to stop this inquiry and you go away and do a lot of further cumulative impact research?
Yes.
There was a number of questions asked yesterday afternoon by Mr. Stevenson, and he asked some questions about the red light control system for the turbines, the aviation lighting. one of the questions that he asked you contained an assumption that the transponder system was a long way off, as he put it. You then answer the question, but what I would like to ask you is, do you accept that assumption that the transponder system is a long way off?
On the basis of the information I have received from Cirrus, who have consulted widely with the CAA, the transponder activated solution is not it is likely to be capable of being implemented by 2025. So in terms of being a long way off, I don't accept that that is the case.
And then turning back to the questions you were asked by the reporter this morning, and I think the very last point what was raised was the assessment of the impact on Dockyard Farm. And you were discussing with the reporter the next best viewpoints and material to use because Dockyard Farm hadn't been the subject of a specific viewpoint assessment. Could I ask you, how were the viewpoints chosen? What was the process?
The viewpoint selection used in the landscape and visual assessment was discussed with South Ayrshire Council and SNH as they were at the outset of the assessment, and a range of viewpoints was discussed and agreed as being representative of the likely effects in the area. Expressly excluded private property. It's normal practice to exclude private property from consideration in the assessment, other than through a residential visual amenity survey, for which one was separately prepared.
Did the consents unit play a role in that discussion exercise between you on the one hand and the council and SNH on the other?
Yes, the energy consents unit coordinated that process and participated in it to ensure that the EIAR covered all of the necessary locations and points identified during the scoping exercise.
And then thinking about the residential visual amenity assessment, that separate exercise, that specific exercise, was the scope of that discussed between you and the council?
To the best of my knowledge, it was, and it was agreed that it would follow Landscape Institute's guidance, which was refined in 2019. So up-to-date guidance was adopted, which required us to consider a 2-kilometre study area.
And did that mean that Dockyard Farm fell out with the scope area?
Yes, it did. Dockyard Farm is about 3 kilometres from the nearest turbine.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson, and thank you to Mr. Welsh for all your answers today and yesterday. Thank you very much. Mr. Campbell, are you in a position to lead your witness now, or would you like a short break to prepare for that?
If I might trouble you for 5 minutes, I think we're ready. Thank you.
It's 11:51, so let's start again at 12 to be slightly more generous to you.
Can I just note, please, that when Miss Anderson was on just now, she was strobing, which is very confusing if you're trying to concentrate on the screen.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Stevenson. We'll see how we get on. It might be that we need to switch videos off. Let's take a break at 12 and see how we are.
12 o'clock, so shall I get going?
I was just, that's fine, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Stevenson, I don't know if he's back with us yet, but he had said at the end of that session that he was having difficulty because Ms. Anderson has seemed to be strobing, the view of her seemed to be strobing for Mr. Stevenson. So we'll see how we go on. What I was going to suggest, Mr. Stevenson, though, is that if it's an issue with your bandwidth, since you're only observing at this point and not participating, I wonder whether you would mind, or it might help if you just simply turn your video off.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, but it's Mr. Kelly that is strobing now.
Well, not that don't wish.
I'll switch off.
You might both turn your videos off, and if that helps. But Mr. Campbell, you're right. It's 12:01 now, so I will pass over to you in your hands.
Thank you. I'm much obliged, sir. Sir, can I introduce to the inquiry on behalf of the Council, Miss Carol Anderson. Miss Anderson, good afternoon. Can we just check that we can hear you all right?
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you. I think you've produced for this inquiry an inquiry report as well as a recognition. Introduce yourself, please, by reading the first couple of paragraphs.
My name is Carol Anderson. I obtained my professional qualification in landscape architecture in 1986, and I'm a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. I'm co-author of the 2013 and 2018 South Ayrshire Wind Energy Landscape Capacity Studies. I provide term landscape consultancy services to South Ayrshire Council, and as part of this role, I undertook the landscape and visual review of the proposed Arecleoch wind farm extension at scoping stage and following submission of the application.
Thank you. And then I think in the second paragraph there, you tell us what the recognition sets out to do. I don't need you to read that. Would you turn to the last page of the recognition, please? And just take us through the conclusions one at a time.
South Ayrshire Council acknowledged the need to accommodate wind energy development appropriately in line with government policy. In terms of wind energy development within the plateau moorland with forestry and wind farms landscape character type, the Council did not object to the Mark Hill, Arecleoch, Kilgalleoch, Glen Ap, Chimori and Stranach wind farms. I consider that there is limited scope to accommodate further wind turbines in the parts of the Plateau Moorland with Forestry and Wind Farms LCT, which lies to the south of the Disk Valley within South Ayrshire. This is because of the extent of wind farm development already accommodated in this area and the increased sensitivity of the outer fringes of this part of the LCT. The majority of operational and consented wind farm developments in South Ayrshire are located in simple and expansive upland landscapes and minimise effects on more sensitive settled valleys and coasts by being set well back from the edges of these uplands. This is not to say they're not visible from the more settled areas of South Ayrshire, because they are, but they do not dominate their scale and significantly affect their character. This proposal, in contrast, would do just that in terms of its effect on the character of the nearby Disk Valley. This is because many of the proposed turbines are either too large and or located too close to the more settled lower Disk Valley and seen in a context where the stronger enclosure, more settled character and smaller scale of this valley is evident. Lighting of the proposed turbines would be likely to compound and extend significant adverse effects on views from the Disk and Stincher valleys and surrounding hills. And it may also have significant adverse effects on the Dark Sky Park and the Merrick Wildland area. Mitigation measures currently being considered by the applicant may reduce these effects.
Thank you. Let's talk first of all, if we may, about the question of lighting. And you have Mr. Welsh's recognition in front of you. If you could go to paragraph 2.7. Sorry, that's document 15.27 for your notes, for the reporter's notes. And I think paragraph 2.7, which is on the fifth page, page 5. Tell me when you have that, please.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. It says, she, that you, has informed her assessment by looking at existing effects in the disk that state-of-the-art light technology can provide, as illustrated in JW10. This confirms that for the greatest part of the disk valley, any lights that are seen would be appreciated at an intensity not of 200 candela, 8 and 1. I don't know what the singular of candela is, candle I suppose, 8 candela and 1 candle, due to the lower elevation of the valley relative to the lights. A number of points to take out of that, Miss Anderson, please. I think until you saw JW10 and the annex to it, you hadn't explored the new technology described by Mr. Welsh. Is that right?
I understood the new technology, but in terms of the Neilston and the Middleton wind farms, which I visited on the advice of Nature Scott, I had not appreciated that the specification was different. And this is not addressed in the technical appendix to the EIAR. That's technical appendix 7.3, which was the nighttime assessment. Yeah. That particular assessment provides photographs of the Neilston turbines illuminated at night on page 7/5 of that document.
Yeah.
But no information is given in that appendix on the similarity of the lighting specification to that of the proposal. So like the LVIA, the approach taken in the LVIA, I have considered a worst case scenario based on the 2,200 candela lighting, and have not considered the reduced sort of candela intensity that would be likely at lower elevations. I don't have enough information to be able to do that assessment, I believe, because I don't know about the duration. There isn't the information on that in the EIAR or in other documents. I should also mention to the reporters that I have also visited the Hill of Glasgow wind farm in Moray when it was illuminated for a short period. It's no longer illuminated. And I understood that to have 64 candela lighting. Obviously without the shielding design that's part of the Arecleoch extension proposal. But I did find, in terms of that intensity of lighting, that they had a significant effect in views up to 4 kilometers from the wind farm. And I think that possibly has a bearing. What I think I want to get across, sorry.
Sorry, did you tell us what distances you looked at Neilston and Middleton from?
No, I didn't, but I can. I looked at that at a variety of distances, about between 2 and 3 kilometres close distance. Another viewpoint that was at a higher elevation at about 6 to 7 kilometres. And then I also looked from Kelvin Grove Park, which is approximately 15 kilometres from those proposals, where they can be clearly seen. I think what I'd like to get across to the inquiry in terms of lighting is really that I think there is some uncertainty, and that's expressed not just by me, but also by Nature Scott in their consultation response, I believe. They do express concerns about the effects of both the 2000 and 200 candela lighting scenario. Their response is CD 2.16b. It's the second Nature Scott response from February.
Yep.
But so they express concerns about that, but they don't make it clear, I feel, in their response whether the significant adverse impacts they conclude could or may be likely to occur on the wildland area and the dark sky park would be associated with both those scenarios, both the 2000 and the 200 candela intensity lighting. I don't feel that that's clear. And I certainly get the impression that they are unsure about the lighting effects, despite having attended a seminar, which we have seen in Mr. Welsh's photographs. And they've also considered turbine lighting in detail. I understand that they have been in discussions with the Energy Consents Unit about this matter. And just a final point, really, on the lighting issue. Mr. Welsh confirmed yesterday in his evidence that there are no turbines yet fitted with the same lights as proposed for the Arecleoch extension that can be seen in the field. And I would advise the reporters, really because of the sensitivity of this area to lighting, because of its dark skies, that the applicant should maybe be asked to fit a similar light to one of the operational Arecleoch turbines to allow the effects to be gauged in the field more accurately. I understand that that has been recommended to the Energy Consents Unit by Nature Scott not so long ago. I suppose I just want to conclude that I am uncertain about the effects of lighting, particularly on the wildland area and the dark sky park, because of the distance, really. I do think there is potential, though, for significant adverse effects to arise. Mr. Campbell and the reporters, I wonder if I could possibly just have 2 minutes, because I've just realised that my device is not plugged in and I've got a warning sign on the battery and I need to just go and get the recharger, which I've forgotten to do.
Thank you, sir, if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry.
So while the witness is doing that, I'm still getting intermittency and losing a lot of her answers.
Mr. Campbell,
Result. I don't know when you're minded to take a break for lunch, but if you give me that indication, then I can. Do you know when you want to take a break, sir?
I was thinking around 12:30, but I'm not. I don't have a strong preference. It's you and Ms. Anderson doing the work now, and so I'm happy that accommodates round about that time based on what you're doing. I wonder, Mr. Campbell, I did even just there when you were talking about it, you did come in and out, and I wonder whether you might want to try turning your video off and seeing if that helps in terms of audibility. I appreciate that might not be ideal for you though as an advocate, but I just wonder if it's an option.
Well, we'll try it for the next 5 minutes and see how we get on, but not ideal, of course, because Miss Anderson can't see me. But I'll try it. Okay, there we go. At least, Miss Anderson, you can hear me, can you?
I can.
Could we move on to something else, please, arising from the evidence we've heard? The question of what is a wind farm landscape or a landscape with wind farms. Mr. Stevenson asked some questions yesterday about this. And we're talking about a landscape character type here called plateau moorland with forestry and wind farms. And I think Mr. Welsh's view is that this LCT is a landscape with wind farms rather than a wind farm landscape. Now, the LCT is quite large, I think.
That's correct. It's a very extensive landscape character type, the plateau moorland with forestry and wind farms. And it does also extend into Dumfries and Galloway a fair way. I would say in considering this, that the southern part of this LCT, which lies to the south of the Disk Valley and extends into Dumfries and Galloway, I would say that that is now what I would term a wind farm landscape, in that the concentration and extent of wind turbines leads them to be a dominant landscape characteristic. And I think this can be appreciated particularly from elevated viewpoints, but also when traveling on the minor road that runs through these plateau moorlands. One elevated viewpoint which provides a vantage over that particular landscape is Bernarade, which is viewpoint 9 in the LVIA. And it gives you enough elevation that you're appreciating the extent of those plateau moorlands, but also the extent and concentration of wind farm developments in that part of the LCT. So whereas I do think it's correct to say that it's more a landscape with wind turbines, where they're more of an incidental feature to the north of the Dusk Valley, I think to the south, it is definitely, in my opinion, a wind farm landscape, what is known as a wind farm landscape, because of the dominance of wind turbines and the fact that they are a key characteristic.
Now, these are descriptors of a landscape character type. Why is this important?
I think it's important in terms of considering cumulative effects, but I think in this particular point, my understanding is that Mr. Welsh's answer to Mr. Stevenson was that he considered the council to agree that that particular landscape character type is a landscape with wind farms. And I think I just wanted to qualify that a bit in terms of there is a different sort of character occurring north and south of the Dusk Valley.
Do you know from your work on the capacity study what the extent of the landscape character type is altogether?
Are you meaning in square kilometres?
Yes, or square miles.
I'm afraid, but it is very large in terms of the size of other landscape character types elsewhere.
Okay, now a bit of a vexed question yesterday was the question of acceptability and whether landscape architects should or should not make a judgment on that matter. Do you do that, Ms. Anderson?
Well, I don't make a judgment on the acceptability of landscape and visual impacts, but I do make a recommendation in the appraisals I do for various local authorities on wind farm developments and on other sorts of development. And that would consider the nature of significant adverse effects and sometimes the extent as well. But I leave the councils to make the decision on acceptability, having weighed all the factors they need to look at, which will be environmental and policy considerations. In terms of the evidence that came up yesterday, in my inquiry report, I do state that I think that the proposed development site is inappropriate. That's in paragraph 4.3 in particular in my inquiry report, which is CD 16.2,
I think.
Yes, 0.2.
Or 1.2.
Yes, 1.2, that's right. So I do say that in paragraph 4.3. And I do agree that there is an element of professional judgment in using that term inappropriate. However, I do think it is less emphatic than the term Mr. Welsh's sort of stance on landscape and visual acceptability, which in my view does imply that there are some sort of negative effects that would be tolerated by saying acceptable. And I actually don't understand how acceptability can be determined without consideration of a whole host of other factors, including the environmental effects and policy effects, etc. You know, addressing the balance between environmental negatives, perhaps, and policy climate change positives, for instance.
Well, I'm just getting into pause there. Mr. Welsh has been at pains to stress on a number of occasions that his judgment of acceptability is what he calls in landscape and visual terms and confined to that sort of assessment. In other words, he's not casting his net any wider than he's qualified to do. That's what he says.
Yes.
Acceptability.
Sorry, I lost that last question, Mr. Campbell.
What do you take from the expression acceptable in landscape and visual terms?
Well, I have to admit, I don't quite understand it because I don't see how you can say that something's acceptable, because you've got to have a benchmark for that. In what terms is it acceptable? I think it's difficult to do without looking at all the other factors, as I've said.
Mr. Welsh has set out in a series of bullet points what he calls factors that have come into his reckoning when he has assessed acceptability. Are those factors, in your judgment, any different from the factors that one would look at when constructing an environmental impact assessment, an EIA report?
No, I don't believe they are any different.
Thank you. So just to sum this up then, you say that, I mustn't put words in your mouth, you did say, I think, that appropriate, the word appropriate or inappropriate was, I think you said, less emphatic.
Yes, I think it's more of an informed opinion as opposed to a judgmental verdict. You know, the acceptability sort of issue or stance being more judgmental. I think in terms of the inappropriate, that was noted in relation to the proposed site, which I believe is inappropriate in landscape and visual terms. but that's not to say that I go one way or another in thinking it's unacceptable or acceptable, this proposal, and I'm not advising the reporters on that, because I believe it's their decision to make that judgment.
Did you hear my question?
Oh, I didn't. No, I'm sorry. I lost you completely then.
Oh. My question was, for how long have you been doing this work for South Ayrshire Council?
Well, I was commissioned by SNH and also the Ayrshire councils to undertake the 2013 capacity study, but I had done some work in South Ayrshire before that, looking at particular proposals. So I suspect since about 2010 or something like that.
Looking at the site and area we're looking at here, how many times would you say that you had been there on a professional visit?
I couldn't put a number on it, but very frequently. Particularly considering the number of applications for wind farms that there have been in the last sort of 2 to 3 years, quite frequently.
Thank you. So I wonder if that might be a convenient time to take a break. I'm moving on to another topic now, and there are only a couple more topics, so I don't expect to be terribly long with examination in chief, perhaps 20 minutes to half an hour at the most. I'll try and change my router during the lunch break and see if I can make this work a bit better. Really been quite difficult this morning to follow Mr. Welsh and see what is being asked, but I'll play the tape back later and get the answers that I missed.
Well, yeah, I'm grateful for your understanding and forbearance, Mr. Campbell. That's fine. Let's take a break just now, and if we can resume at what's this, 12:27 just now, isn't it? So shall we say 1:15 then to start again? Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, Carol, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
That's good. I don't know if that'll be an improvement or not. We'll have to see.
Mr. Campbell, have you sorted out your issues, do you think?
Well, I certainly hope so. I don't know, but I've done what I can. I mean, I'm not a technician, so I can't get one. I live quite remotely, and it's quite difficult to get people to come here. But let's hope that's an answer.
Well, I usually just ask one of my children to sort these things out.
Did you hear me or not? Yes. Could maybe resort to sign language. To help, I'll turn off my video, Miss Anderson, but I'm not sure that that's really an answer, but let's try that.
Okay, so I'm assuming we're all back
Continue.
now. That's 3:15. So, Mr. Campbell, sorry for cutting in. I'm just formally saying we're starting again and passing over to you again. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In some of his evidence, Mr. Welsh has been at pains to point out that the extension to the Arecleoch wind farm sits in the uplands, and that is signified to some extent by the belt of forestry, which we can see, for example, in viewpoint 5. And allied to this, he says this means that it's set well back from the Disk Valley. We can see that in plan on the maps. In your opinion, can the mere measure of distance and elevations be used to judge whether a wind farm is adequately set back from settlements?
I wonder, Mr. Campbell, if it might be a good idea for the reporters to have viewpoint 5 from the LVIA just handy, just because I probably will be referring to it.
Okay, if you would mind, Madam, Sir and Madam, taking up viewpoint 5.
So In answer to your question, Mr. Campbell, sorry, I'm just, are both reporters okay? Right, okay, that's great. You asked me about looking at distances in terms of mapped information. And I feel that looking at distances and also topographic elevations on plan, that you cannot use that to judge whether a wind farm is adequately set back. The capacity study provides strategic information, and it's only through LVIA, which produces detailed visualizations, such as Viewpoint 5 that you have in front of you, along with ZTVs, etc., that you can really get a handle on how far back is sufficient to avoid significant adverse effects on landscape character and on views. So, sorry, can you hear me? There's a bit of interference, sorry.
I can hear most of what you're saying.
Okay. So in terms of the visualizations that are provided in LVIA, you need those, and you need to take those out in the field to get a better measure of whether a wind farm is set back sufficiently. The other aspect of just looking at mapped information is that you're not looking at the height of the turbines. And these turbines are substantially higher than the Mark Hill wind farm turbines, which Mr. Welsh gave as an example of it being very close to or much closer to the Disk Valley than this proposal. And that is true, it is closer. It's within approximately a kilometre. But those turbines are 110 metres. The other thing about the Mark Hill wind farm is that it is not a prominent feature from the A714. It's most prominent from the B7027, which is in the upper Disk Valley, and from the upper southwestern sides of the Disk Valley, near the station where the minor road goes up and over into the moorlands. So it really isn't as prominent, I would say, in my view, as this proposal will be, and particularly looking at Viewpoint 5, I think it will be a dominant feature in that view. If you were to go out there and that wind farm was built, it would be dominant because of the size of the turbines and their proximity to the edge. You're seeing them on the skyline at the edge of the valley. I think it is important, an important consideration as to the landscape context that you see a wind farm in. But I think if you look at Viewpoint 5, what you're seeing is a forest edge, which appears as if it's within the valley, and the full extent of the moorland plateau and that expansiveness of that landscape is not appreciated in views from the A714 and also settlement in the bottom parts of the valley, as it were. So it's just a thin sliver of forest visible and not the more expansive plateau landscape. I don't think it's therefore correct in that context to say that the forestry is a distinctly upland characteristic, and that the wind farm appears to be clearly associated with the upland area, because you're not seeing the upland area. So that's my point in terms of Viewpoint 5.
I think Mr. Welsh's point, to be absolutely fair to him, was that the forestry belt is a signal to the viewer that that is where the uplands are, because you would expect to see forestry belts in upland landscape. The forestry belt, and that's do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, I lost most of that question, but I think I got the gist of it. forestry is not always associated with upland landscapes. We don't appreciate the scale of that forestry from that particular viewpoint in the valley bottom, and there are also commercial forests within, commercial woodlands within the Dusk Valley. I don't, in terms of that viewpoint, I don't think you appreciate that upland characteristic.
I'm going to turn my video off again. It's still just as bad as ever. You're the author of the capacity study, as you've told us. I think you agree with Mr. Welsh, don't you, that it's not intended in any way to be site-specific as far as wind turbines are concerned?
That's correct. It's a strategic study.
Yeah. What's the difference between existing wind farms that can be seen from more settled areas in South Ayrshire and the proposal that we have in front of us here, which you say will have an influence on the Disk Valley?
I think I do mention this in my inquiry report, but in general, and it's not every wind farm that's in existence in South Ayrshire, but in general, most existing wind farms, both in South Ayrshire and in Dumfries and Galloway, because of course we're seeing developments that are in Dumfries and Galloway as well from South Ayrshire. They are visible from the more settled areas, the valleys, the coastal area, for example, but they generally don't dominate the scale of these landscapes or significantly affect their character. In my opinion, this proposal presents a step change in the degree of intrusion that's going to be brought into the Dusk Valley.
I didn't get the tail end of your answer there. After step change.
Well, a step change in terms of the degree of intrusion that's going to be brought into the Dusk Valley. It's different to what's there at the moment. I think I've expressed in my inquiry report that it doesn't matter so much that wind turbines are visible from those more settled areas. It's really how far back they are so they don't form a sort of dominant or majorly intrusive feature. So it's to do with size of the turbine, but it's also to do with location within those adjoining upland areas.
Okay, thank you. We've tended to talk about the Disk Valley and the Stincher Valley and the Tig, and Glen Tig in one, as it were, in one set of descriptions. Is the council's focus on all of these areas or on only one or perhaps two of them?
The council's objection focuses on effects on the Disk Valley and Glen Tig, despite there being some significant effects on views from the upper slopes of the Stincher, for example. So it's accepting that there will be some adverse effects from the Stincher, but I think, to be fair, in terms of the design and the layout, etc., visibility has been minimised, or additional visibility has been minimised on the Stincher Valley. So, but certainly not on the Dusk, and there is considerable additional intrusion on Glen Tig that would affect people's appreciation of that glen.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you take up, please, the landscape capacity study, which is have you got it?
Yes, I don't know if I lost some of your. Had you asked a question after that?
No, I didn't ask a question. I just asked you to take up the document, if you would. I think you want to draw the reporter's attention to a matter that needs correction. A small matter.
Mr. Campbell, could you give me the core document reference for that one?
Sorry, I thought I had. It's 6.18.
Lovely, thank you.
6.18. Sorry if I didn't do that. You have it in front of you, Miss Anderson.
I do.
Would you take us to electronic page 10, paragraph 2.4, where there's a table?
Yes.
And is there a correction that you wish to make there in respect of the entry for the existing Arecleoch wind farm?
Yes, there was an error there in that the Arecleoch wind farm, the operational wind farm, it's stated that it comprises 60 turbines, which is correct, but at 135 meters high. That is not correct. There are 118 meters as taken from the EIAR.
118 meters. 118.
To blade tip.
Sure. So that's 82 meters smaller than the proposal.
Quickly doing the maths, I think so. Yes.
My arithmetic is correct. In the same document, paragraph 2.2, you have landscape sensitivity, landscape capacity. I wonder if you would, is there any comment you want to make about your description of landscape sensitivity, where it appears there?
I lost you slightly there, Mr. Campbell, and I wonder if the reporters did too. Did you lose some of that question?
I'm in document CD 6.18 at paragraph 2.2. There are some headings. Can you see them there?
Yes.
Did you want to say something about landscape sensitivity, the second of the subheadings?
Yes, it's under the definition of terms in that section of the report. And this was an error that has been pointed out by Mr. Welsh in his evidence, that under the landscape sensitivity heading, it indicates that the value associated with the landscape has been considered in the sensitivity assessment. This isn't correct, and it's an error. The value associated with the landscape, which might be in the form of designations and other sort of valued features, is not considered in determining sensitivity in the capacity study. It has been considered in other studies that I've undertaken, which I'm afraid is why it's accidentally crept into this study, and it shouldn't be there.
All right, thank you. Right, I think those are all the questions I want to ask you in examination in chief for the moment. So
Sorry,
thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
I said those are all the questions I want to ask you for the moment in
Okay.
examination in chief.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. And Sarah, can I tender Miss Anderson for cross-examination?
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Thompson, are you ready now to begin the cross-examination, or do you need a bit of time? Can I ask? It's fine. It's off now. Sorry, Mr. Thompson, are you?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Miss Anderson. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Could you have your report in front of you, please? I've got a variety of questions, not all of equal importance, but I'm just going to take them in the order that they come, if that's all right. The first concerns paragraph 1.2 of your report, where you tell us that you're a term landscape you provide term landscape consultancy services to the council. And I'm familiar with the idea of landscape consultancy services, but I wondered what the significance of the term was.
Gosh, that's an interesting point. I hadn't really, I suppose it's because I have a contract also with Nature Scott that calls term, is titled term landscape consultancy, because it means it's for a set term, like for 5 years, and then it's renegotiated. So I've used it in that context. I suppose, to be honest, I don't have that sort of tendered consultancy term with South Ayrshire, but I know that they just come to me if they need some help.
So essentially, you're providing landscape consultancy on a project-by-project basis.
That's correct.
But there's no guarantee of employment into the future.
That's correct.
Yeah. But from past experience, you know that when they need help, they come to you.
They tend to.
I see that you have the same sort of arrangement with a number of other councils. Is Dumfries and Galloway one of those?
I have done work on that basis for Dumfries and Galloway in the past, yes.
And at the time you advised South Ayrshire about this project, were you also advising Dumfries and Galloway?
No.
And again, I was just curious about your relationship with Nature Scott and whether you ever found there was a conflict between advising them and advising a particular planning authority.
I've never had
a
conflict. I would not obviously provide. I wouldn't advise provide advice on the same scheme to both the council and to Nature Scott.
The same project.
Is that on the same project? Yes, I'm sorry. Did I make that clear? Yes. So I wouldn't be doing it twice, if you know what I mean.
And just thinking again about your term relationship with South Ayrshire, is there anything in your relationship with the council that would prevent you acting from a developer or a project in South Ayrshire?
Well, it depends on a developer of what. Are you meaning
sorry,
wind farm?
A developer of a wind farm.
Wind farm
in South Ayrshire. I
don't know, because I don't work for wind farm developers. Not to do that, so there is no conflict.
The issue wouldn't arise.
The issue wouldn't arise, no. That's not. I haven't worked for wind farm developers in the past. I have, but sometimes.
It was the nature of your relationship with the council that I was interested in. Could we think then about the progress of events that you've had with this case? And I think we have your initial report to the council before they decided to object. If I can just bring that out. I think it's CD 16.1, which was your report from August 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And as I understand the position, there had been an application. We were in the consultation process. The council would have an opportunity to decide whether to object or not, but hadn't yet reached that point.
I think that was the situation, yes, at that time.
And I think we'll see from the chronology, if we have a rummage in the consultee responses, that people like Nature Scott hadn't yet responded. That was still to come in the future.
That's correct.
And again, just thinking about the nature of your advice, as I understood your discussion this morning with Mr. Campbell, you were at pains to describe that the work that you did on a project like this was to consider, from a landscape and visual impact point of view, issues of impact, and then leave it to the decision maker to decide whether those impacts were acceptable or not. And that essentially was the difference you were making, I think, between what you had been doing and what Mr. Welsh had been doing.
That's correct.
Both did the same initial work, but he then added as you would see, at a subjective level, and you didn't.
Yes, that is correct.
So the first decision maker that we come across then in this history of events is the council, because they have to decide whether to object or not. So the advice you were giving them in the form of this paper was to inform their decision about whether to object. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again, Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
It was just broke up slightly.
Sorry. I'm thinking about the nature of the advice that you were giving and the nature of the decision that was going to be taken on the basis of it. And we were a long way away from an inquiry at this point, so you wouldn't have been giving information to assist the Scottish ministers. At that time, I'm suggesting to you, you were giving information to the council to inform their decision about whether to object or not.
Yes, that's correct.
And then, of course, once they had decided to object, and you remain part of the council team, you then come to this inquiry presenting your objective evidence without a value judgment to assist the ministers to make their value judgment.
Yes.
Is that correct? But that's your position.
Mm-hmm.
Great. And do I take it that reports like this one that we're looking at, 16.1, are the sort of reports that you quite regularly make to the council in relation to applications like this? I'm thinking of wind farm ones. Some of them will be for planning applications and some will be for Section 36 applications.
Yes, they are similar.
Same general format.
Yes.
Do you ever make recommendations in these reports to the council as to whether or not they should object?
Sometimes I do, yes.
And how do you choose the times when you recommend an objection and those when you don't?
It's when it's requested by the council.
So in the Clockery one, which I think we produced to the inquiry, which is CD 15.25, in the last paragraph, this was your corresponding recommendation in respect of the Clockery wind farm application, which you did some 8 or 9 months later in May 2020. In the last paragraph, you recommended that the council should object.
That's correct.
But you say that that was because they asked you to.
Yes, they asked me to advise them as to whether it would merit an objection or not.
But they didn't make a request like that in relation to the present application.
No.
And have you any idea why they sometimes ask you to and sometimes don't?
No, I don't. really, because I'm dealing with different people within the council, different planning officers, and it does depend. Quite often I will meet with them on site and we'll discuss some of the key issues. In the Clockery one, there wasn't an opportunity to do that because of the COVID restrictions. So, and that's made it clear in that response that field work was not possible at that time. So I didn't meet with the planning officer in that case. But I did certainly with the Arecleoch and other proposals that I've dealt with in the last few years. We would meet on site. Quite often we'll visit key viewpoints and we'll discuss the key concerns that they have about and that I have about a particular scheme.
So in the Clockery report that you did, you had to make a value judgment because you had to decide whether to recommend an objection or not.
That's correct.
And if you look at the last paragraph, you say that the location, this is the Clockery one, the location of this proposal is inappropriate given the sensitivity of nearby landscapes, and it is therefore recommended that an objection should be raised on the basis of significant adverse landscape and visual effects. It does look as if you may be using inappropriate as the measure of your value judgment.
I think I've acknowledged that in my evidence in chief that there is a degree of value judgment in saying inappropriate. But I feel it doesn't go as far as saying it's acceptable or unacceptable, because to me that is a wider consideration of all matters.
Well, can we just think about that for a moment? Are you saying that inappropriate and acceptable are both terms that you apply to the combined efforts of a landscape and visual impact assessment? You're not picking and choosing elements in one and not the other.
I don't understand your questions. I wonder if you could just explain that in a different way.
You were suggesting, I think, that acceptable embraced wider considerations.
Yes.
And I was trying to tease out wider than what. And I was wondering if...
Visual, sorry. I thought I'd made that clear in my evidence in chief, obviously not. Wider than landscape and visual, because you need to sort of set a level to know why it is unacceptable or acceptable. And to do that, you need to balance both positive and negative aspects of that proposal across a whole range of issues and considerations, including policy and environmental.
Please forgive me, Ms. Anderson, if I'm being slow about this, but I really do want to try to understand this. Inappropriate is a term that you use to make a value judgment of adverse landscape and visual effects.
Yes, yes.
It is a value judgment. So in the first report, the August 19 one on our project, you didn't make that value judgment. You simply confined yourself to reporting the significance of the impacts.
Yes.
Whereas on Clockery, you've gone a step further. You've done the analysis of the impacts, and then you've added a value judgment of inappropriate, which you then confine to your assessment of landscape and visual issues. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm not trying to mislead you. I really want to understand.
That's correct. And I have explained the difference between my use of the term inappropriate, which I generally use in terms of inappropriately cited, and that is certainly in the Clockery response. I do say the location of this proposal is inappropriate given the sensitivity of nearby landscapes, So it is justified in that respect, but it is a judgment, yes.
And jumping ahead to paragraph 4.3 of your report, where you discuss with Mr. Campbell your use of inappropriate, and that was a reference to your view that the site was inappropriate. So it's the same sort of focus of inappropriate on the location.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Now, do I understand that you criticize Mr. Welsh and his use of acceptable because you, or to your mind, acceptability goes wider than landscape and visual. It involves all sorts of other considerations.
Yes, that's my view.
So if Mr. Welsh was using acceptable within the confines of considering landscape and visual matters, your use of inappropriate and his use of unacceptable would be the same in the sense that they were both labels of your respective value judgments of the effective impacts.
No, I don't agree. And the reason is that acceptability is considered in planning. It's a term that's used in planning quite often. You see it in local development plans in terms of policy. So in my view, and of course, Mr. Welsh is entitled to his opinion, but in my view, acceptability is a different matter. It does take it further.
You've had regard to the sections of his report where he explains what he means by acceptable and what the factors which he's taken into account. So if you could park for a moment your experience of the use of the word acceptable in planning policies and try to confine it to his definition of how he has used acceptable in his report, might you get nearer to his acceptability corresponding to your appropriateness?
I don't think I can divorce that. I have it etched in my mind that acceptability does have that planning aspect to it.
And just again on a general point, is the focus of your evidence on the appropriateness of this proposal in planning terms?
Yes, I think it is. I think that's fair to say.
Although you would accept, I take it, that in the context of a Section 36 application and the decision that the ministers have to take, planning is only one of the factors that they have to take into account.
Absolutely, yes.
And just for completeness, could I refer you please to paragraph 7.5, the last paragraph in your report. What you say in the last sentence doesn't seem completely to accord with what you've just been telling me. The key dispute is that I consider this proposal as inappropriate in this location, whereas Mr. Welsh, in open statement of case, concludes that it is acceptable in landscape and visual terms. You seem to be accepting there that his use of acceptable is related to his assessment of landscape and visual matters.
Well, yes, he certainly does say that he's confining it to landscape and visual measures, or landscape and visual terms. But my point is, and I perhaps didn't express this very well in my evidence in chief, is that in my view, to conclude that something is acceptable, you have to have set a bar as to what that measure of acceptability is. And I think you can only do that if you're looking not just at landscape visual, but the whole host of other factors that need to be considered. So that is my view on that.
That's what you think Mr. Welsh has done?
I think so. Yes, I think he said landscape and visual, but he must have also thought about the policy relating to climate change, other aspects, because how do you set that bar as to acceptability?
Could we go back, please, to CD 16.1, your August 2019 report? And we see attached to it, I hope it's attached to your copy at the end, an email from you to Mr. McGibbon. Was he the case officer for this project?
Sorry, I have sorry, Mr. Thompson, I have a printed copy of that, so I'll just need to check with that email on the USB stick. Apologies for that. So I don't have the email attached.
Seems an odd place to find it, but that's where it seems to be.
Sorry, that's 16.1, isn't it? Sorry, apologies. When I open it on the USB stick, I just have lots of different dates, different folders. So I'm going to have to trawl through that. Doesn't seem to be listed in.
I've got it in a collection of applicants' documents, which.
And it's the picture of evidence, their first document.
I understand it's in the first document of the council's evidence.
Oh, it's the first document. What evidence submitted 2nd of November? No, that's not it.
And you need the date of submission to the.
Yeah, I think it's the one. I think it's the one evidence submitted August 19.
Thank you.
Oh, right. Yes, I found it. Thank you very much.
And on the back page, at the end of your report, for some reason, this email's been attached. And it's dated the 24th of February 2020. And it seems to be your initial brief comments to Mr. McGibbon following sight of SNH's response. And I think this was their first response. I think they came back a few months later with the second one, which included the comments on aviation lighting.
No, I think this relates to their second response, the 7th of February response.
I stand corrected. In any event, it includes your comments on the SNH response. And all I wanted to know was whether you were disappointed in the nature of Nature Scotland's response.
I think I was. I think it's fair to say that I was, and I think that shows in that email that I didn't feel there was sufficient analysis of landscape and visual effects, and you can see that from the Nature Scott response, 7th of February, CD 2.16b, I think it is. Having reviewed that, I didn't feel that, I felt they rather sat on the fence a bit about lighting. I think I expressed in my evidence in chief that I felt they seemed to be a bit uncertain about what the effects would be. And certainly the focus was on lighting and not on the landscape and visual effects. I mean, in their response, they quote from the LVIA, but they don't come to a conclusion as to whether they agree or not in some instances with its findings. They do in some, but not always, not consistently, and it's difficult to tell. Whoever was the author, it's difficult to tell quite what they thought.
Was the issue whether they agreed or not with the landscape and visual impact assessment included in the EIAR submitted by the applicant?
Sorry, can you just say that again?
Was the question whether SNH or Nature Scott agreed with the landscape and visual impact assessment which had been submitted as part of the application? Was that the agreement you were looking at?
Are you asking me, did they agree with it, or what? Did I have an issue with them agreeing with it? What was your question?
I'm asking you whether you are concerned about Nature Scott not making their position clear, whether they agreed with the applicant's position or anybody else's position.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Well, which was it?
Well, not with my position. They didn't know my position, I presume. But with the LVIA, I think the way that it's written, it sometimes, and not always, but it sometimes isn't quite clear.
And at that point, the council was still wondering whether to object or not. Because we know they didn't object until April.
Yes, I think they were. I don't know enough about the machinations of the council and why there was a delay, but I can only assume that they were waiting for all the other responses to come in. I don't know, but I think they hadn't objected at that time. I'm not sure that the committee had met by then. I'm uncertain though.
So were you giving any further landscape and visual advice to the council after your report of August 19?
Well, no, none other apart from that email that was sent on the 24th of February.
And then we know that the council did decide to object at a meeting, I think, on the 24th of April. And that's the source of, sorry, the 24th of March. And that's the source of your quote in paragraph 2.1 of your report.
Yes.
And I think you were agreeing with Mr. Campbell at the end of your examination in chief that there's no mention of the Stincher Valley in any of these grounds of objection.
That's correct.
Nor is there any mention when we're looking at them of any criticism of cumulative impact.
That's correct.
Turning for a moment to your capacity study, I think you very fairly agreed with Mr. Campbell that the identification of an area of search in your capacity study was a starting point, but that any prospective developer would have to do a great deal more work to produce a detailed landscape and visual impact assessment of the kind that we're now looking at before an informed decision maker could make any sort of decision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think we see a reference to that at 4.2.3 on page 21 of CD 6.18, which is your 2018 capacity study.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, can you give me that reference again, please?
CD 6.18 is the document, and it's paragraph 4.2.3 on page 21.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that what I was reading there corresponded or was the same point that you were making with Mr. Campbell.
No, that's correct.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, paragraph 3.6 of your report, you move on to the set well back issue, whether the turbines that are proposed for the application before us are sufficiently set back from the edge of the valley or not. And so do you have your report there?
Yes, I do. Sorry, did you say paragraph 3.5 or 3.6, Mr. Thompson?
3.6.
6, right. Yes, that's correct. Okay.
And we're looking at the set well back point. And in the last sentence, you say, as it does not avoid intrusion on the adjacent smaller scale settled valley of the Dusk. Now, what I wanted to ask you was whether by intrusion you mean any visibility at all, or whether intrusion involves visibility with a value judgment.
The latter, Mr. Thompson, and probably it should have said between avoid and intrusion, it should have said significant intrusion. Intrusion, I think, is value laden. I think intrusive is something that's much worse than just being visible. So that's the context to that sentence.
I suppose the next thing I was wondering was, where do you think within the area known as 18C, you think there's scope for 200-meter turbines, or don't you?
Well, I do, and that has been concluded in the capacity study. There is some limited scope. So I think if we could go to a map, that might be a good idea. And I would suggest that we went to the character type map of 18C of the Plateau, Moorlands and Forestry and Wind Farms LCT, which is in the capacity study. That is on page electronic page, I think it's page after 189.
Possibly give me a page number within the paper version of the capacity study.
Paper version. I'm not sure if I can do that because it doesn't have a page number on that particular map, but I think it would be.
It's a rough area of search.
Yeah, about 103, I think.
I think it's page 190, Mr. Thompson.
190.
Most grateful, Mr. Campbell.
And while we're at that, sorry, I can hear a bit of an echo. Is that affecting everybody else's hearing? No, okay. While we're at that map, I just would like to point out to the reporters that you can see that the individual turbines within each wind farm are pinpointed on this map. Each of the detailed maps for the landscape character types have the individual turbine locations mapped, unlike figure 1, which was criticised by Mr. Welsh for having the footprint of the development. So it is quite clear that the mapped information in the capacity study does pinpoint turbine locations. So in answer to your question, Mr. Thompson, it is an extensive landscape character type. It is almost split in two by the Dusk Valley. You can see that with the red outline, where the Dusk Valley comes between two extensive blocks of this LCT. You can see that to the south of the Dusk Valley, there is a concentration of wind farm development set into the core of those plateau moorlands. Beyond the Dumfries and Galloway boundary, which is shown by the thick red line, you can see that the Arecleoch scheme and the Stranach scheme extends into Dumfries and Galloway, along with other wind farms which are outside our study area, but are also in the same landscape character type. To the north of the Dusk Valley, there is just Mark Hill wind farm. The northern bit of that LCT, and particularly to the north east, in my opinion, and the opinion of the study team who undertook the capacity study, because it wasn't just me alone, that area is particularly constrained because of its proximity to the Merrick Wildland area, Dark Skies Park, and another landscape character type, which is LCT 21, which is called the rugged uplands, lochs and forests, I think. And you can see that just above where there's the figure 21. So there are constraints in there, landscape and visual constraints in that bit. The study team undertaking the capacity study, we were of the opinion that to the south of the Dusk Valley, there was very limited scope, if any, for additional turbines, and particularly those up to 200 meters. But potentially to the north of the Dusk Valley, there could be a potential opportunity for a development that didn't have significant intrusion on the high sensitivity landscape and visual sensitivities that occur to the east, the northeast.
Well, isn't that the problem about searching north of the Dusk?
Yes.
Because you are close to the wildland area, you're close to the biosphere, the dark skies area. You've got all those problems, especially if you're thinking of a turbine over 150 meters.
Yes, correct.
And this is, you're pinpointing the possible scope for very large turbines. So this must have been in mind. So doesn't that inexorably drive you to south of the Dusk Valley?
And to the south of the Dusk Valley, with that in mind, then certainly in the study, and Mr. Welsh mentioned this in his evidence, we looked at repowering, and we considered that there could be scope for repowering particularly the Arecleoch site, because the original Arecleoch wind farm, i.e. the operational one, is set reasonably far back from the valleys, and it's not just the Dusk, it's also the Stincher that you need to think about, which wrap around a bit to the north and southeast. So we did consider that there was some scope for repowering in there. The problem with that area to the south of the Dusk is it's constrained because the need to set back from the valley of the Dusk and the Stincher, particularly with that size of turbine. And in effect, the least sensitive parts of that landscape lying to the south of the Dusk are already occupied by wind turbines.
Are you saying that the only scope in terms of the capacity study for turbines, for very large turbines in Area 18C was in respect of repowering?
But largely, yes. But there could be some scope, perhaps, as an extension to Mark Hill, but that would need to ensure that it wasn't going to have a significant intrusion on the Dusk, and we did identify that in the repowering study that was done. So there could be potential there, but yes, that is why we have said that the conclusion of the capacity study is that there is only some limited scope for additional development. And certainly in the capacity study, it didn't just look at 200-meter high turbines. It also looked at a whole range of turbine heights. And I think the conclusion was that the 200-meter high typology perhaps would be confined to existing sites, so it would be repowering.
Well, let's take that answer bit by bit, if I may. Mark Hill, we're back north of the Dusk. I mean, are you saying that you think that there's scope, having regard to the sensitivities that we've already mentioned north of the Dusk, for very large turbines as defined in your capacity study?
The very large typology in the capacity study, the threshold for that was 130-meter high turbines. They're not very large by today's standard, because obviously this proposal is 200 meters, which is quite significantly taller than 130. The existing Mark Hill turbines are 110 meters. I think that we had envisaged that there could be an extension potentially to that scheme, which could comprise turbines 130 meters, a very relatively small differential between the existing turbines and new ones. So there wouldn't be a huge conflict in different scales. And you wouldn't have the lighting as well. So it is a strategic study. and the typologies that were looked at, i.e. were based on turbine height, but they are quite broad. So there's quite a bit of a difference between turbines that are 130 metres and turbines that are 200 metres.
Going back to Arecleoch, if I may, is it your position that there was potential scope within the existing Arecleoch for repowering to turbines of 130 metres or upwards, rather than the present 118?
Yes, yes. I think with good design and taking into account some of the constraints, it's not totally unconstrained, but it is a good site for a wind farm. And I think that has been recognised by the council in terms of there was no objection to that original scheme.
Do you accept now that there's any scope for an extension of Arecleoch to the north, generally in the area covered by the present application?
I have considered that because as part of my review of wind farm proposals, I would always try and think, could there be additional mitigation that could make it better? I think it's difficult with 200-metre high turbines because where it is an issue in the Dusk Valley, you do see, for example, from viewpoint 5, you do see all of those turbines. I think with smaller turbines, it could have been I'm not going to use the word acceptable. It could have been improved, and maybe a reduction in the number, but it is constrained in terms of the heights of turbines that we have before us.
And is your view that the constraining factor, in effect, is less than 150 metres in order to avoid the lighting threshold?
I think that's one of the factors. And I think at 150 metres, Mr. Welsh talked about the sort of partial screening of turbine bases, which occurs in some views. And I do agree that that can help reduce the apparent scale of wind turbines. I don't think it particularly assists in terms of views from the Dusk Valley because they're such big turbines. They still would be appreciated as very, very large turbines. But I think reducing them significantly certainly would improve and provide some meaningful mitigation, not just on lighting, but also on scale. I also sorry, Mr. Thompson. I was just going to say that also the reporters will have noted in my response to the council on this proposal that I noted potential removal of one of the turbines close to Glen Tig, a particular turbine that I felt was particularly intrusive because it has an appearance of being perched on the edge of that glen, which makes it much more prominent. So that is something that I had considered in my appraisal.
When you were doing the capacity study, what was the scope you were thinking about then in relation to, or did you think there was any scope at that time for a possible extension to the Arecleoch wind farm to the north? Or were you only thinking about repowering?
we were thinking about key landscape and visual sensitivities, you know, it's a strategic study. It's not looking at specific developments. It's looking in quite a general way at what would cause the least impact potentially on those sensitivities. And I think in terms of extension, I mean, you need a detailed LVIA of a specific scheme to also be able to judge what the effects on those sensitivities will be. But I know that when we were doing the field work, we did feel it was pretty constrained in to the south of the Dusk, and that is reflected in the findings of the capacity study, and that's why the findings changed quite considerably from the 2013 capacity study, and the 2018 study, and I've explained that in my precognition as to why that change in the findings of sensitivity in relation to the plateau moorlands with forestry and wind farms, LCT, came about. And that's because both the Kilgalleoch and the Chamorro wind farms were consented, and the Kilgalleoch constructed in between that period, 2013 and 2018. And that had the effect of filling the least, what we consider to be the least sensitive core parts of that plateau moorland area.
Moving on from that precise point, could I ask you about the timing of the South Ayrshire Local Landscape Designations Review, which is CD 6.36, which I think you were the author of, or your firm was.
Yeah.
And the copy we've got is a final report, December 2018.
Yes.
Which, as I understand it, is outlining the proposed designations of areas which will be given effect to in the next version of the local plan, the local development plan.
That's right.
Whereas the previous designation of South Ayrshire landscape character is a designation which depends on the present version of the local development plan.
That's correct.
So when the new plan comes in with new policies, it will give effect to the fruits of the review in CD 6.36.
Yes, that study identified candidate local landscape areas to replace the present scenic area designation. So the candidate areas have been approved by the council, but they're not in the current local development plan, I mean, until the new one is adopted.
But we can see the difference between the Stinchar Valley designation in the 2018 review and the existing designation of the South Ayrshire landscape character area. I think one can do that by comparing a map in CD 6.36 at page 31 with JW1 from the appendix to Mr. Welsh's report. JW1 in that appendix shows outlined in, I think, green, the South Ayrshire landscape character area, and the map at page 31 of the review that shows the resultant designation, if all goes well, of the Stincher Valley. And it appears to be the case that an area of land near to where we're talking about, the application site, has been released from the designation of South Ayrshire landscape character, but has not found its way into the Stincher Valley designation.
That's correct.
And what I was interested is whether it's pure coincidence that the review document was dated December 2018 and your capacity study, Refresh, was also 2018. Is there any relationship between the two?
Well, apart from the fact it must have been a very busy year for me, but to do two big documents, no, I don't think there was any relationship. I'm not quite sure the meaning of your question. What do you mean?
I'm wondering why it was no longer thought necessary or desirable to designate that part of the Stincher Valley that's omitted from the Stincher Valley designation in the 2018 review.
I think you're not meaning the Stincher Valley, Mr. Thompson, are you? Are you meaning the Dusk Valley?
No, I thought I was meaning the Stincher Valley.
Okay, whereabouts
The Stincher,
then?
the designation title of the area.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Local Landscape Area F in the review document. And it releases an area of land which was previously designated as part of the South Ayrshire landscape character area. What I'm interested in is why that area that was released from designation was so released.
It's not a question of release. I think that term is incorrect. This study was a wholesale review which started from scratch, looking at special landscapes within South Ayrshire. It was undertaken in accordance with guidance issued by SNH and Historic Scotland, as they were then, and also emerging draft guidance that Nature Scott had been involved with. So it looked at the value associated with all landscapes in South Ayrshire. It didn't just focus on the area that had been previously designated. There was a big element of public consultation that helped define those boundaries and helped in the whole review. And it is quite clear in the report that the upper Dusk Valley, which is the bit I think you're describing as having changed between the scenic area designation and the local landscape area designation, that was principally omitted because of the influence of wind farm development on that landscape. So it's a combination of that influence on character, but also on scenic qualities, because scenic qualities were one of the key criteria looked at in this study.
Thank you. Sir, I wonder if you were contemplating a break at some stage, that's possibly a convenient moment.
Yeah, I agree that's insensible. Shall we aim to return at 2:40 then, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
on reflection, I probably could have given you a slightly longer break there, so apologies for that. I'll try and make up for it if we have another one. Mr. Thompson, do you have an idea, just thinking of possible breaks and so forth, do you have an idea or an expectation as to how long you think cross-examination will continue for, so as we can plan ahead?
It sounded like a question in hope rather than expectation. Not that much longer. I was trying to take advantage of the break to reassess what I needed to do, because what I need to do is rather changed in light of the supplementary examination in chief, which covered some matters that I wanted to explore. But I was trying to reflect on how much I now know and how much further I need to go. And I don't think that it's very much further. So I wouldn't envisage being more than, say, half an hour at the most.
Do you need a bit more time to reflect, and would that help you narrow it down, or should we just press on?
Quite honestly, an extra 5 minutes probably would help, sir.
Okay, well, let's do that. That'll also help us review the questions that we had. So, given that I wasn't generous the last time, we say 250 then, and we'll come back at 250 to start. Yes.
Thanks,
Great.
sir.
Thank you. Okay, that's just 10 to 3. Mr. Thompson, if you're there, I will pass back over to you. Thank you.
I'm here, and I'm most grateful for that indulgence. Could I just raise one minor housekeeping matter? The building that we are in is going to be subject to a fire alarm drill at 3 o'clock. We're told that we don't have to move, but there may be a loud noise for a few seconds at 3 o'clock. We won't be going anywhere, so apart from the deafening noise, we'll be able to continue, I hope. So may I continue, sir?
Beg your pardon, carry on.
Thank you. Miss Anderson, I hope you're still well and present.
Just gulped a cup of tea. I'm fine.
I just wanted to ask you about the Merrick wildland area and the dark sky area. Am I right in thinking that a substantial part of the Merrick wildland area is in Dumfries and Galloway?
I'd need to look at a map to be sure of that. Do you have a reference? Would it be on one of Lush's maps? I think it is actually, isn't it?
On JW10.
I don't think the council boundary is very easy to see, but I think from JW10, I think it looks like the majority of the wildland area is in Dumfries and Galloway, but there's a fair portion in South Ayrshire. It's the top half, the northern bit, probably about a good third.
And the Merrick itself, I think, is in Dumfries and Galloway.
Definitely, yes.
And what about the dark sky area?
Well, there's the core area, and then there's obviously the buffer area. I'm not sure about the proportions of which. I mean, it looks to me it could be because the map doesn't extend to the full area of in terms of the buffer zone. So in terms of the core,
could we agree that
in terms of the core area,
could we agree that a substantial part of it is in Dumfries and Galloway?
it seems to be, yes.
And can we also agree that Dumfries and Galloway haven't objected to this application?
I don't know. I don't know that information. I've not looked.
I just wondered if through your contact with them you knew anything about their position, but you don't.
No, I don't.
In paragraph 5.19
Of which document?
of your report,
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Thompson, can you just say that reference again, please?
5.19.
19.
This is in the section of your report dealing with lighting.
Yes. Yes.
And I do understand how difficult it is keeping track of all the papers, so do please take your time and make sure you've got what we're talking about. In the last sentence of 519, you say, I also did not specifically consider effects on the dark sky park or Merrick wildland area in my appraisal. And I just wondered why not.
At that stage, it was my review was principally based on the LVIA. There wasn't a detailed assessment of effects on the Merrick wildland area in the LVIA. There were some wirelines of the dark sky park from key viewpoints, but sorry, I cannot remember whether they were issued after the application was submitted or at the same time. But I don't think I had enough evidence in terms of visualizations to be able to undertake that. To undertake my own appraisal.
But alarm bells didn't immediately ring, and you didn't feel the need to put something in your report of August 2019 to the effect that there seemed to be a gap in the information and you had concerns about these areas.
I didn't, because the key concern that I now have is about the lighting, but I still don't feel I have got enough information to come to a firm conclusion as to the effects on both those landscapes. And I've made that quite clear in my inquiry report. Certainly, when I did my original review of the proposal in 2019, I took at face value the visualizations and the assessment that had been done, which didn't sort of specifically look at the wildland area itself. I regret that now, it has to be said, and I have changed my opinion on that, having seen illuminated turbines in the field, and can now appreciate the intensity of lighting and what can be seen at different distances. I feel that lighting is new. There aren't any references, unlike wind turbines at the start of wind farms coming along and visualizations first being done. There was some sort of hesitancy about their effects, but now we see so many in the landscape, it is easy to calibrate and make judgments, see them in different lighting and atmospheric conditions, how they look at different distances, etc. But we just don't have that body of evidence for illuminated turbines in Scotland.
Explained your position on that matter to Mr. Campbell, and I wasn't going to go back to that. The point I was asking was whether the sensitivity of these two areas didn't strike you as a matter that was patently missing on your approach to the matter when you wrote your August 2019 report.
No, it didn't strike me, and I think perhaps that was an omission. I think I should have thought a bit more carefully about it and made greater efforts to go out and visit illuminated turbines to consider the extent of visibility. My concerns about the wildland area are not to do with daytime effects. It is principally the lighting, and the same obviously with dark sky park. It's not to do with the location or the nature of the development as seen in the daytime, but it is really linked to the lighting effects.
My point was rather that you were all along aware of the sensitivity of these two areas. You didn't need to see anything about lights to know that these were sensitive areas.
I acknowledge that they are sensitive areas, and that is acknowledged in the capacity study. I just didn't think from reviewing the LVIA that at that distance there would be a significant effect, and my appraisal focuses on significant adverse effects. At that time, I didn't think there would be, but on review and seeing illuminated turbines in the field, I think there is a potential for significant effects to arise on those areas, but I have not done detailed assessment work to verify that, and I don't have a body of evidence to verify it either.
Well, looking at the last paragraph of your report in August 2019, you had sufficient confidence to say that significant adverse landscape and visual effect will be associated with the use of nighttime medium intensity red aviation warning lighting on turbines. You were able to go that far.
Sorry, which paragraph is that, Mr. Thompson? Is it
The last paragraph of your August 2019 CD 16.1.
Yes, yes.
And you have a recommendation that radar activated lighting should be used.
That's correct.
So you had sufficient confidence in what you knew to be able to make that recommendation.
Yes, I think my knowledge has grown since then, though, and I think radar activated lighting, having reviewed the additional information that's in your applicant's statement of case and in Mr. Welsh's inquiry report, things have moved on, and in terms of some of that, I understand that there is both. There are various aspects relating to the radar activation that could influence duration, etc. So it's not as straightforward as it seems, perhaps, than I've indicated in that concluding paragraph, that the radar activated lighting would totally mitigate effects. So I think it is novel. I think there's a difference between, as far as I understand it, between primary and secondary radar activation systems, and that can affect duration of lighting. But what more can I say? I think in terms of this aspect, I think there still is a lot to learn, and a lot that still needs to be gauged more fully, with a precautionary principle in mind in terms of lighting in this sensitive area.
Well, can we look at it this way, that that was a purely professional objective assessment, and you seem to be saying now that you didn't really understand what it was that you were assessing.
I have made it quite clear in my inquiry report that I assessed it on the basis of the visualizations and that were included in the LVIA, in the nighttime assessment, and I did not calibrate that, and my assessment was not well informed enough by looking at illuminated turbines in the field at that stage. And I think that the judgment that I made in that appraisal was incorrect in that respect. And what I've said I have explained that in my inquiry report.
In particular, did you know the shape of the beam that was going to be used?
Yes, I did.
I take it that you're familiar with Table 3 in Mr. Welsh's report, which sets out the various mitigation options, including the radar one and including the automatic dimming and including a diamond-shaped option of only having maximum illumination on the cardinal points.
Yes, that's all the, yes, it's various sort of mitigation measures and options. Can you just give me a reference for that, though? Was that as an appendix to his inquiry report?
It's Table 3 within the body of the report.
Okay. Do we want to go to that? I am aware of it.
As long as you're aware of it.
Yes. Yes.
It'll no doubt come up in the conditions discussion later on this week. But I just want to make sure that you were aware of the terms and the proposals that were contained in it.
Yes, I am.
Just before we leave lighting, do I take it that you've now read the Cirrus report?
Remind me of the reference of that, please, Mr. Thompson.
That's what I'm trying to find myself at the moment.
Okay, sorry.
I had it a moment ago and went to another page, about 15.26. It's called Wind Farm Lighting Strategy Paper. Mr. Welsh referred to it in.
Yes, again, I've got all these different folders. Sorry, it was 15.26. Yes, I got that. Yes, I have read that.
And has that informed your present knowledge of aviation lighting on turbines generally and what's proposed in this application in particular?
Yes, it has to a degree, but as I keep on repeating, as a landscape architect, I need to see things in the field. I'm a great one for field work and field assessment, and I need to see what things are going to look like rather than reading something that's more theoretical and is really a specification on paper.
Moving on then from aviation and lighting, could I take you for a moment to paragraph 6.5 of your report, where you're in a section dealing with cumulative effects of consented and proposed wind farms. And at the beginning of 6.5, you say, I consider it important to also address any potential cumulative effects with proposals at scoping stage, given the intense pressure for additional wind farm development in South Ayrshire. Now, by that, do you mean that every wind farm proposal which has an EIA has to take account not only of constructed wind farms, but also consented ones, but also ones in respect of which there is an application, in respect of which there may be a scoping request? It's the at scoping stage bit that I wanted to understand.
Mm-hmm. Well, looking at wind farms at scoping stage is not generally, scoping stage wind farms are not generally considered at, in cumulative landscape and visual assessments. And the guidance is that they should be confined to looking at operational and consented developments. But I
was asking you.
Sorry?
That's exactly why I was asking the question.
Yes. But that's why I felt it was important also to consider some of the scoping stage developments, because there is an awful lot going on at the moment in that particular landscape character type. And I felt it would be useful for the inquiry to give an opinion on that.
Is that just a personal view?
It is. It's a professional and personal view. Yes, I'm not saying that it is part of guidance issued by Nature Scott in terms of the scope of cumulative assessments, but it's just that I have a knowledge of what other developments are happening and are being seriously progressed within this landscape character type, and I felt it useful to express some view on that.
Have you thought about how that would work in practice? Whether someone like the present applicant, who has obtained a detailed environmental impact assessment and report, might then have to keep stopping to refresh it in light of every subsequent scoping application that came along.
Oh, I fully appreciate that, Mr. Thompson. And I do also undertake landscape and visual impact assessment myself. So as a practitioner in that field, I can fully understand that it's not something that would be easy to do. But I am in a different situation to that. And I felt from my knowledge of some of those schemes, or all of those schemes that are happening at that present stage, that scoping stage, I felt it may be useful to the reporters to get my view on potential cumulative effects. Obviously, things can change from scoping to application stage. The numbers of turbines, their heights can change. So I do appreciate that it isn't something that you'd want to do as part of an LVIA.
Well, it goes further than that, doesn't it? Because not only you want to extend the area of consideration to scoping projects, but even once you reach the application stage, don't you have to have a cut-off date? And you don't consider in this application subsequent applications, but subsequent applications have to consider this one.
That's true, and I think the cut-off date, yes, we had to have a cut-off date for the capacity study because and particularly with an LVIA, which takes months to do, and it generates a huge amount of work, you do need to have that. But I think the inquiry is almost the cut-off date in this respect. And I think it is my view on potential cumulative effects with scoping stage wind farms may or may not be of interest to the reporters, and that is up to them to take it or leave it.
Right. You'll just forgive me for a moment, Ms. Anderson. Yes. I think I'd like you to look next, please, at the statement of agreed matters between you and Mr. Welsh, which I had a moment ago. Sorry, CD.24. Do you have that?
You have it, yes.
This document narrates the various topics that you've both covered and indicates areas of agreement, and then focuses in section 4 the differences that remain between you. Agreed?
Yes.
And just before we get to the bits that are in dispute, at 3.19 to 21, do we see your agreement about residential amenity?
Sorry,
3.19 to 21.
Yes.
And you have both identified Kilrenzy Farm and Wheeb Farm as the properties that are relevant for consideration under this heading.
Yes. Within the scope of the RVAA, which only looked at residential properties within 2 kilometres. Yes.
And how confident can one be of finding affected residential properties up to the threshold level, the lavender test, outside the RV area?
I think the lavender test has rather been superseded by the Landscape Institute guidance, so I don't tend to use that test as much as the Institute guidance. I think beyond 2 kilometres, it is unlikely. Though having said that, the 2 kilometre threshold has been applied to wind farms, largely irrespective for residential visual amenity assessment, largely irrespective of the size of the turbines. These are very large turbines, 200 meters high. Certainly in the Clash-Gower wind farm, which went to PLI in September last year, the residential visual amenity assessment was set, I believe, at 4 kilometres, and those turbines were up to 180 metres. But notwithstanding that, I have focused on the scope of the residential visual amenity assessment undertaken as part of the LVIA, which has been agreed by South Ayrshire Council, I presume, as being 2 kilometres.
And that is the area that you looked at. It's the area that Mr. Welsh looked at. And you agreed that within that area, the only 2 relevant properties to consider were Kilrenzy Farm and Creep Farm.
That's correct.
So that was the measure of agreement. The area of disagreement was whether the impact was, dare I say it, acceptable or not. And you focused that in the second bullet point in 4.2. And as I understand your position, that is a matter for determination by the reporters.
Yes, I think it is. There is a difference of opinion as to the domination or the overbearingness. If that's a word. I don't think that is a word, overbearingness, but it's the overbearing kind of qualities of that of the proposal on those properties. And I feel, in terms of the lavender test, I think they would be unpleasant to live in, but that is my professional opinion, and that differs from Mr. Welsh's. And yes, in that instance, it is another matter that the reporters will need to consider for themselves.
But one can look at the considerations objectively: proximity, landscape, contours of the land, and so on. And you and Mr. Welsh can both present those landscape and visual objective matters to the reporters and to the ministers. You then stop at that point and leave it to the ministers to decide whether, in the round, subjectively, that's acceptable or not.
Yes.
Mr. Welsh offers an opinion on the matter.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And the other matters of disagreement, the first one concerns viewpoint 4, which I think we all know about. Again, is the acceptability of the impact of viewpoint 4 a matter for the reporters and the ministers?
Yes, but the 4.2 of the Statement of Agreed Matters, those bullet points are identifying where there's disagreement. Where there is agreement, there needs to be a decision by the ministers, the reporters and the ministers, as to acceptability as well. So it's not just these 4 bullet points, it's a whole range of significant adverse landscape and visual impacts.
Well, perhaps we could try and break it down again. The landscape and visual, landscape, architect, expert analysis of whether there's an impact and the nature of the impact. A lot of what's been agreed between you and Mr. Welsh relates to those matters. you've highlighted, as I understand it, in the first bullet point of 4.2, that as highly qualified landscape architects, you and he take a different view about the degree of impact. And that's the difference of professional opinion. And the reporters can either recognize it and walk away, or they can form a view about which view to prefer.
That is correct. Yes, I do agree with that.
Having done that, they then move on to do what you didn't do, and that is to make the value judgment in light of that assessed impact.
Yes, and in light of all the other environmental factors and policy considerations.
They have to go much wider
Exactly.
and consider the wider public interests in renewable energy and so on.
Yes.
Great. And then the third bullet point, the nature of cumulative effects of the proposed development with operational wind farms. That wasn't one of the council's grounds of objection, was it?
It wasn't, because I think it was rather wrapped up in significant effects from certain viewpoints. It principally relates to the disparity in size between operational turbines and the proposed turbines. And I had identified in my appraisal in 2019 that I felt that there was a very obvious disparity in scale from viewpoints 2, 6, and 13.
But again, insofar as there's a difference between you and Mr. Welsh on that subject, that's a matter that the reporters will have to resolve.
Yes.
And if I could take you back, please, to the last paragraph of your report, I think 7.5. Encouragingly, you start by saying that there is little difference between the findings of the LVIA set out in the EIA report and your own conclusions on the significance of the landscape and visual effects of the proposal. And then you go on, the key dispute is that you consider this proposal is inappropriate in this location, whereas Mr. Welsh, in open statement of case, concludes that it is acceptable in landscape and visual terms. What I think we now understand you to mean there is that you consider it inappropriate in landscape and visual impact terms, whereas Mr. Welsh considers it acceptable, having reached his view on the objective impacts, and then he has exercised a value judgment on top of that to reach his acceptability view.
Yes, we've been through this before, Mr. Thompson. I think he goes one stage further. And I consider, as I've said before, that I think he must, in doing that, in considering acceptability, he must have considered other aspects, not just landscape and visual terms, in order to get that bench line as to what is acceptable and what isn't.
That's your understanding. Could I ask you, please, to look at paragraph 3.3 of Mr. Welsh's precognition? This is in a section of his recognition dealing with his conclusions. And it's introduced at paragraph 3.1 on page 5, where he says that he considers that the fundamental factors that underpin the acceptability of the Arecleoch wind farm extension development are as follows. And he then lists a number of bullet points. And at 3.2, he picks up his view about the design. And then in 3.3, he says in the second sentence, what is of importance to an assessment of the acceptability of the wind farm is whether it will sit comfortably within the landscape and will not lead to unacceptable conflicts of scale or have overbearing effects on views from settlements and communities. Now, do you accept the soundness of that question?
No, I don't, because how's he measuring unacceptable? You know, that term. How has he arrived at that bench line for acceptability, as I've mentioned before? The other thing I'd say, because you read out 3.2 and about the extensive mitigation that's been undertaken, you can do any amount of mitigation in tinkering around with turbine locations, but the issue here is the turbine height, but also the actual site. It's too close to the Disk Valley, in my opinion. And I know that in this instance, I don't think that Mr. Welsh's company were involved in the selection of the site, for example, because I understand that another landscape consultant was involved with that. So I think you're rather constrained when you're trying to achieve mitigation on a site that is not optimum in the first place in terms of minimizing landscape and visual impacts.
It may depend in part on the interpretation of your capacity study, where you look. May it not?
I am under no illusion that wind farm developers adhere to the guidance within landscape capacity studies. I think in my experience, it's finding a site and all of the sort of technical and land ownership sort of aspects of that, which are key drivers to proposing developments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Anderson, we prepared a few questions. Quite a lot of those have been answered in the course of your evidence in chief and cross-examination. Whereas I think we've still got a few to go through. You've been working hard since mid-morning. How are you? I was proposing to take a break anyway, just so as we can gather our thoughts in terms of questions. But are you? I also appreciate doing it virtually. This can be more tiring than doing it in a room. So, are you still okay to continue this afternoon?
I'm absolutely fine, sir. It would be quite good to get it wrapped up tonight, if that was possible. Is that possible, or are we likely to go on to tomorrow?
To a certain extent, that might depend on what Mr. Campbell wants to ask you.
Oh, of course.
But certainly, it would be possible for our questions to be done this evening, and then this afternoon. Then we can see where we are, perhaps.
Of course.
So shall we say 3:45 then for a start again? If that suits everyone.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon again. It's 3:45, so I'll make a start. And I'm conscious that we still have lots of other witnesses, and we've only got one day slotted, or slated at least, for the rest of this session. So when we close up today, we might have a quick catch-up discussion about what's going to happen tomorrow and when, and whether we think we'll go through all the evidence tomorrow. But for now, I'll just press on with our questions for Ms Anderson, and then I'll, if we have time tonight, this afternoon, hand back to Mr Campbell. So, and like Mr Welsh, I'll like my questions to Mr Welsh, Ms Anderson. I've tended to order these by document, so it might we might be darting around conceptually. So apologies for that. I'll try to minimise the time I do that. There won't be so many questions as there was for Mr Welsh. You recall quite recently, this afternoon, not so long ago, a discussion about the landscape capacity study and what that says about remaining capacity and what that meant about where that was. And I can't quite remember where this phrase come from, but in Mr Welsh's evidence, there was the use of the word, of the phrase south and southeast of, I think, of the Doof Valley, and he was wondering whether that was intended to mean southwest, or whether, i.e., the area where this wind farm is, where Arecleoch is, where Kilgallic is, and so forth. I think you go to it in your inquiry statement maybe at 3.5, but apologies, I can't quite remember exactly where it is in the statement, but maybe if we look there.
So I didn't quite catch your question because you were breaking up slightly. Is the question about the capacity study, what it says in the capacity study, or what it says in my inquiry report?
So apologies for that. It was more about what it says in the study, and I think, and forgive me, I think there's a reference in the study to capacity lying to the south and southeast of the Doof Valley, and I think the question, I think, coming from Mr Welsh was that intended to mean around the southwest side of the valley where this appeal site and the other existing wind farms are located? But I can't quite locate where that is, and if you can't, then I don't want to ask you about it. We can move on if we can't find out that reference. It's probably not critical.
Just skimming the guidance for development, which is for that particular landscape character type on page 194.
It may well be there.
I don't actually see that mentioned, southeast or anything like that. I mean, what it does mention is that the capacity is considered to be close to being reached in the parts of the landscape character type which lie to the south of the Dusk Valley. That is said in 21.3.1 of the capacity study. But I don't see anything about scope in any particular sort of direction. I don't see a reference to that, sir.
Well, that's fine. Let's leave it just now. If it comes to me whilst Mr Campbell's questioning you, then I can maybe interject. Okay. It's just a clarification point.
Okay.
Okay. I'll move on. You might recall I asked. I was asking Mr Welsh about. We're still on the capacity study. I was asking Mr Welsh about what Harry Ellis had taken from some aspects of that in her statement of case. Did you hear that exchange?
I did, yes.
So that she's quoting, you probably don't need to turn to it because you'll be familiar enough with it, I think. She's quoting from the table on page 216, and there's a map on the preceding page. And it says that additional turbine size of this size, turbines of this size, sited on the remaining undeveloped edges of the character type, would be likely to significantly intrude on smaller scale intimate pastoral valleys. And I'm interested in that phrase, remaining undeveloped edges of the LCT. And it's the same question I put to Mr. Welsh. Would you say that that describes the appeal site? Is this on one of those remaining undeveloped edges?
Yes, that is right, sir.
Okay. You also might recall I was asking Mr. Welsh about the A714 and its designation as a tourist route or not, and he said it wasn't designated as such in the LVIA, and that affected its sensitivity. But I think the capacity study and perhaps the committee report refers to it as a tourist route. So should it or should it not be a tourist route? And I suppose the second part of that is, anyway, you don't seem to be challenging the methodology in the LVIA, so it's maybe not a big point anyway. But I just wanted to clarify your view on that status of the route.
I think it was originally a designated tourist route in the old Scottish Office, or maybe Scottish Executive information that they produced on national tourist routes. And I think that's probably come in as from the 2013 study. Certainly, I have checked that, and on the Visit Scotland website, it isn't one of their national routes or promoted as one of their national routes, but it does form part of, I think it's called the Galloway Scenic Route or something like that. But I think in the past it has been a designated tourist route. But to be honest, I couldn't find anything recently because I did check it when I did my appraisal. I couldn't find anything recently to confirm that. I think it was in some older sort of paperwork, which I couldn't find doing an internet trawl. But in answer to your question, sir, I am happy with the LVIA methodology, not necessarily with all of the findings, but the methodology is sound.
Thank you. So I just want to ask you about Glentig, and apologies, I might come back to Glentig. And so again, I was asking Mr. Welsh about this. So other than the public road, are you aware of where there be publicly accessible views of the wind farm from Glentig? And is it much visited? And would that affect your judgments in terms of significance and or appropriateness?
In terms of Glentig, it is a small landscape. I would imagine it is not widely known or visited. It's quite difficult to get down into it. And I think if you were in the bottom of the glen, which I have walked in the bottom of the glen, you have very limited views of the operational Arecleoch turbines because you're very well contained by the valley sides, and it is quite wooded. It's got notable semi-native oak woods, which doesn't come out in the description on SNH's 2019 landscape character assessment, because that is looking at the particular upland glens, and there are a number of them, so it's much more of a broad description. But Glentig is quite special because of these woodlands, and also because of its intimate character. There are a number of places on the public road, where you can see the glen. So it really is views to the glen and the effect of the proposal on those views and your appreciation of its character. There is also, there are 2 farm tracks. One of those farm tracks I have walked down to get access into the bottom of the glen. That's at the end of the public road on the, I just need to get my orientation. I think it's the west, I think that would be the southwest side. If you just excuse me, just double check that that's the correct side. Yes, the southwest side of the glen, that's the public road, and that's where viewpoint 8 in the LVIA was generated from. So if you keep up there and then you go through the farm and you can walk down into the valley there and you can walk across it as well. But there's another track on the north side of the glen, which is off the public road. It's not a public road, but you can walk. I've actually cycled up there, and you get views of the Arecleoch operational wind farm there. So you would get views of the proposal too.
You're on mute, David.
I'm terribly sorry. There was a distinction drawn earlier between about the difference between effects on private property or on private property and publicly accessible or public space. So I'm just interested in those 2 farm tracks. Would you say those are the kind of publicly accessible locations from which you would normally consider visual effects?
Yes, but I think I would qualify that. I think it would be correct to say that there won't be huge numbers of people walking in that area. I suspect that I have come across only 1 person walking in that area. I would think it would be more of a local walk. That doesn't mean to say it's necessarily any the less important, but it is publicly accessible. I would say it was, particularly with access rights. I think it is used publicly, both those tracks.
Okay, and yes, I had noticed earlier that I think you used the phrase views to or views of Glentig, and I was going to clarify that with you, but I think you've already done that. So I think you mentioned the view from Auchenflower, which is nearby the glen. So it's not so much experience of the glen from within it, but experience of the glen from close by it. Okay, that's fine.
That's correct, sir. It is really that appreciation of the qualities of that glen seen from afar, really. So you're looking at the juxtaposition of the proposal and the glen, and how that affects your appreciation of the character, the key characteristics of that glen.
Okay, but just to clarify, when it comes to visual effects, the LVIA doesn't find a significant effect at viewpoint 8, and you're not taking issue with that conclusion, is that right?
No, I'm not, because it's seen in the context of the operational wind farm. I do think that there is room for improvement there, and I have mentioned that about emission of a particularly prominent turbine. But my concern is more on character and appreciation of the Glen from other viewpoints. It's a little, it's a little bit sort of screened, that viewpoint 8, and the views are intermittent. There is another view from the public road to the west of the Glen, at the foot of the Glen, actually, as the public road sort of winds round as it's going towards the Stincher, and that's a key view, sort of looking up the Glen. And then you see you would see the turbine just sort of perched, that particular prominent turbine perched on the edge, a very sort of sensitive skyline edge.
Okay, and I think you do mention that location in your writ.
I think I do, yes. Yeah.
So just staying on Glentig then for the moment, I think the landscape and visual impact assessment characterises the effects on the character of the Glen as just being restricted to its upper reaches, where the moorland plateau wraps it, or encloses it, if you like, or wraps around it. I take it that you would describe the effects in the Glen, excuse me, as more extent on the character of the Glen is more extensive than that. And can you explain?
Yes, and that's to do with appreciation. It's the appreciation of its character, as I've mentioned before. So it's seeing that juxtaposition of rather large turbines next to a deeply incised, very narrow Glen. So there's a sort of scale kind of contrast going on there, but there's also a sort of detractive element, because it takes away from its sort of seclusion. It feels quite hidden, that Glen, and that's accentuated by the oak woodland that's within it. It largely fills it at one point. It appears quite secretive, and having large infrastructural elements so close to it is something that would affect that appreciation of character.
When Mr. Welsh and I were discussing this, we were discussing, I think it was for the DUI, but the same thing applies here, this notion of whether you're describing where the landscape character effects are, or significant effects rather, are, which parts of the Glen they relate to or valid. And that was a different exercise from making an overall conclusion on the effect of a type or unit. So for Glentig, the LVIA finds that the effects are limited to the upper part of the Glen. Now, I mean, you've explained your view there. Do you wish to take do you wish to tell me where you think the effects extend to, or is it, or should I be thinking about the effects on the Glen as a whole?
The Glen as a whole, sir. Yes, I think it is the Glen as a whole. It's quite small, so it is a relatively small area, but that's its nature. But it is the Glen as a whole.
Okay, so in your view, it would be a significant effect on the landscape character of the Glen taken as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Can we have a look briefly at Mr. Welsh's inquiry report, if you still have it there? Hopefully I do. And it's 9.29 that I want to go to here.
I've got that, sir.
Okay, so, and this is the same question as I asked him. If you look at the last sentence, or the last part of that last sentence in 9.29, he says that actual height differences can be difficult to perceive in the landscape in Open's experience. And I just wondered whether, in your experience, do you have any comment on this point?
Sorry, I'm just rereading that again. I'm not sure I understand the point of that sentence. So the officer disputes the natural perspective argument, which I dispute too. And I'm not sure, is it, oh, right. So it's Open's experience that actual height differences can be difficult to perceive in the landscape. Right. I'm not sure I'm quite understanding that.
David, you're on mute.
Sorry.
I'll tell you what I took from that, and I think you're right to identify there's two aspects of this. So just taken on its own, there is the last part of the last sentence that says that the actual height differences, i.e. of wind turbines, of differing heights of wind turbines, can be difficult to perceive when you're out in the landscape. So there's that general point, and I wondered whether you had a view on that. Do you think that's the case, that these height differences can be difficult to perceive? The other point that you identified too was which is related to this, is the natural perspective argument. And from some locations, when the proposed turbines will be between you and the existing turbines, the notion that looks more natural because the bigger ones are in front. And so there's two concepts here.
Yeah.
And I wondered if you wanted to comment on that.
Yes, well, the first point, sir, about the natural perspective, I think that obviously does work in some instances, but I think it's the differential between the two opposing turbines that is key to this, and the extent of those turbines in adjoining schemes that you see. You can have a differential which can be quite marked in some instances, but the larger turbines may be partially screened by landform or woodland or something, which can restrict that contrast in scale. In this instance, and particularly in terms of the first bit of that paragraph 9.29, which is quoting from the panel report, that is taken from my response about contrasts of scale in viewpoints 2, 6, and 13. Those were the key viewpoints where I felt that natural perspective argument didn't wash, largely because there is such a disparity in size between the turbines within operational schemes and the proposal. I think it was particularly in those viewpoints, it was particularly between the operational Arecleoch and the proposal. In terms of the actual height differences can be difficult to perceive, which perhaps should have been a new sentence. I think that's true. I think it's difficult to actually go into a landscape and say, and look at a wind turbine and say that is precisely 118 meters. That is really difficult to do. But when you've got, the point here is not really about predicting what the actual height is, it's actually been able to perceive an obvious disparity in scale, which leads to a complexity and a confusing image. And that is expressed in Nature Scott's sighting and design guidance. Sorry, I don't have the core document number for that to hand, but it is that sort of confusion that happens. It gives a very cluttered look, and that to me is evident in those viewpoints 2, 6 and 13.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Can we have a look still in Mr. Welsh's inquiry report at 1014?
Yes, I've got that, sir.
Okay, thank you. And it's really the last sentence which I'm interested in. I think I asked Mr. Welsh this. I just want to give you a chance to answer as well. He'd said that well, the findings of Nature Scott sit uncomfortably with the evidence led in recent inquiries into visible aviation lighting. And I think when I was asking him about it, he said that parties agreed that significant effects were restricted to about 10 kilometres or thereabouts. But the reason for that, why I asked him this at all, was because I wasn't sure exactly what I should be taking from this. And I just wondered whether you were involved in any of these inquiries anyway, or whether you want to add to what he said in response to my question. It's fine if you don't.
I have been involved with one of those inquiries, I think, and that would be the Clash Gower and Rothes 3 conjoined inquiry that was held in Moray in September. Nature Scott didn't give evidence at either of for either of those wind farms, or they didn't appear. Sorry, at the inquiry. They obviously provided appraisals of the lighting along with other effects. I have to be honest, I cannot remember what they had concluded. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. It was just in the interest of fairness because I'd asked Mr. Welsh about that. I just wanted to...
Though I should say, sir, that at that inquiry, I was giving evidence on behalf of Moray Council for the Clash Gower wind farm. And one of the points that I made in my evidence was that there was an absence of real illuminated turbines to look at in order to gauge effects. So similar to what I've said earlier in my evidence today, to me, that is really important to actually see in the field what the effects might be, and particularly in this area surrounding this proposal, because of its dark skies. It's quite pertinent.
Okay, can we have a look at your inquiry report then? Just have a few questions to go through. At 5.6, firstly. Sorry, I beg your pardon, it's 3.6, my mistake. So this is about the Dusk Valley, and the second sentence, I think it is, you say, I consider that this proposal is not sufficiently set well back into the interior of the plateau rolling with forestry and wind farms to avoid significant adverse impacts arising from the character and the views from the A714 and settlement in the Dusk Valley. So it's that to avoid through to valley. Are you putting that there? Is that descriptive simply, or is that there as a test of acceptability? You like that any proposal would have to avoid any significant adverse impacts on the character and then views from the A17 and Dusk Valley. If you understand why I'm putting the question I'm asking.
I do understand, and I think that's a good point, because I think, yes, it is a test. If it's significant, if it's intrusive enough to cause significant effects on that character type, then I think, even if it's only on part of it, then I think that is a test that, and it proves that it isn't set well back enough. I think you can kind of look at that in respect of the Stincher Valley, for example. The council hasn't objected in terms of effects on the Stincher Valley, although there will be some significant adverse effects on views from the upper slopes of that valley. On balance, the character of that valley will not be significantly affected. So that's the sort of judgment that's been made in respect of being set well back and effects on adjoining valleys.
Okay, thank you. So just turning to Bar Hill for a moment, Mr. Welsh provided a set of additional wire lines. Have you had a chance to view those?
Yes, I have, and they were very useful, and it was very useful seeing the more detailed ZTV. I think I'd always been clear in both my appraisal and inquiry report that the effects on Bar Hill are not widespread. They affect some of the housing within the settlement. I think it's also important to consider that people don't just stay in their houses all the time. You know, they do walk around the village. So it's not just from within properties, it's also effects from roads, paths, etc. within the settlement boundary. I think particularly the wire lines, I think they were A and B, show that there will be a slightly increased extent of visibility from parts of the village. The forestry at the moment that's seen on the skyline does screen. It provides a degree of screening. There's no telling how long that forestry will stay. Having said that, I mean, it could be, it looks like it's part of a commercial forest, so there could be felling and restocking, etc. But taking it as it is at the moment, there is some screening available. The other thing with the wire lines is that they don't have corresponding photographs, so I've had to try and match that to look at visibility given the screening from that forestry, and I've had to do that with on site and also with the aid of photographs that I've taken in the past.
Okay, that's fine. We've already been to that location. I'm sure we're likely to go back there with the new material, and we can keep reviewing that. Thank you.
Sorry, David, I can't hear you.
Keep doing
Good job, I'm here.
You mentioned there, earlier, just a moment ago, effects from the Stincher Valley. Yeah, and I understand the point you're making, that you would think there's an significant effect on its landscape character, albeit from higher levels, particularly to the north. There might be some significant effects, and DP14 is identified as one of those from Nordolian. And when I asked Mr. Welsh about Ms. Ellis's lightened view of VPD, which is one of the viewpoints in the lighting assessment, he agreed that with Ms. Ellis that visual effects from there would be significant. And so that's the kind of viewpoint that you mean, isn't it, when you are asking?
Yeah.
That's the kind of.
Yes, and sorry, sir, I didn't quite catch you, but I think you might have said that you thought I'd said that there would be significant effects on character of the Stincher. I didn't say that. It was on views, which is different. So yeah, it's views from the upper slopes.
Okay, can we have a look then at 5.13 of your inquiry report? And it's 5.13.2 that I'm interested in. And yeah, so sorry, at the top of 5.13, you see, I consider that the following significant adverse visual effects would be associated with the proposal. And then if we go down to part 2 of 5.13, the second sentence there says, the 200-metre high turbines of the proposal would appear discordant in their contrast with the smaller turbines within the operational Arecleoch and Arecleoch wind farms and consented Chermorry wind farms, particularly VPs 2, 6 and 13. And those are the 3 viewpoints that you identified that more generally of being concerned in terms of the contrast. So I might be getting this wrong, but I think VP6 is not assessed as a significant visual effect in the EIAR report. I think when I took Mr. Welsh that, he was explaining why 5 and 13 were significant, but 6 wasn't.
Yeah, 6 is on the slopes, isn't it, above? Let me check the location of 6. Yes, it's on the tracks that you get up there.
So what I read from what you say there in 5.13.2 and from your highlighting of 6 2 or 3 times, are you saying you would disagree with the EIA report, and do you find a significant visual effect from viewpoint 6?
Viewpoint 6, actually, I do, but I'm just wondering, I had assumed that was significant, so that might be my mistake. I had assumed that the LVIA did conclude it was significant, but I might have got that wrong.
We can check it. I mean, let's not rule out that it's my mistake.
Yeah, but I think you from that viewpoint, I have walked up there, you see partial sorry, I need to check that one. No, I'm thinking about the one that's near Pinwerry. No, I think viewpoint 6 would be significant, the view from there, yes.
Forgive me, I'm just going through the questions that I noticed to see what else there is left.
David, do you want to go back to your first question? I found the reference in the landscape capacity study about the south and southeast of the Deuce Valley.
Do you want to ask that one then, since you got it in front of you?
Since I find it, sorry, just a moment. Sorry, Miss Anderson. Yeah, it's in the landscape capacity study, the 2018, and it's electronics page 219, section 2.1. I think it's on. I think it's 193 in the paper copy if you're working from that.
Okay.
And the
sorry, Ma'am, what page number was it on the electronic copy?
219.
219. Okay.
It's entitled 21.2 Summary of Sensitivity. Comes after the table on character type 18C.
Right, I've got that. Is it which paragraph?
It's the first,
yes.
one down. It says capacity is close to being reached in the part of the landscape line to the south and southeast of the Deuce Valley.
Yes.
And I think that the question related in Mr. Welch's evidence, he was questioning whether this site lies to the south and southeast of the Deuce Valley, or whether that statement doesn't apply to this site.
I can
views on that.
Right, I can confirm that it does apply to that site.
Okay, that took us a long time to get to that, but thank you for the clarification. Okay, back over to you, David.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for finding that. So yeah, just similarly, I think this is less important, just for clarification. VP7, which is just to the south of Pinwerry, I think that was not significant. But you're in agreement with that?
I agree with that, because you only get very partial views of the wind farm, and the sensitivity is less because it's principally road users rather than residential, as you get in Bar Hill.
Okay, that's understood. Can we finally then just have a look at your precognition, and that's the final short set of questions that I have. So WIN-370-2. Have you got that there?
Yes, I have.
So you say, yeah, you mentioned core there. So should I take that to mean the location of VP13, or do you mean a little bit further out? It's a small matter, a little bit further out where Corwar actually is.
It is largely viewpoint 13, because where Corwar is, as you'll know, sir, it's pretty forested. So yes, it would be really, because the viewpoint 13 is where you first come out into the open and you see the valley.
Right. So therefore, final question I had is about relative. And so Mr. Welsh's recognition at 3.1 says that the council and the applicant agrees there's no significant cumulative landscape or visual effects with existing and consented farms. And I think we've come over this ground already today, so if I'm not reflecting what's been discussed, then you can be right. And your inquiry report at 6.2, and then the statement of agreement at 3.22 seem to agree with that premise that there was no significant cumulative effects with existing or consented. But then here in the precognition, you cover cumulative effects, and then the last sentence of 4.1 here says, this contrast in turbine size would create a visually confusing and cluttered image and would be principally experienced in some views from within the Duist Valley, contributing to significant adverse effects. Now, forgive me, it's been a long day and I might have missed, I might have forgotten the discussion that earlier, or I certainly have noted it down. So I just want to establish your view in terms of significance of otherwise of effects with existing and consented wind farms.
Sorry, sir, I didn't quite catch the last bit of your question. Was it you wanted me to clarify?
So yeah, just if we're thinking of the cumulative effects, whether landscape or visual, with existing and consented turbines, do you think any of those are significant, and if so, what are they?
Right, in terms of existing and consented, it's as is said in 4.1, where you've got contrasts in size between turbines. I don't think there are any cumulative effects, significant cumulative effects in terms of increases in the significant increases in the extent of development seen, because this is appears to sit with other wind farms, so it consolidates that cluster. So and then so it sits within that. So the cumulative effects are really related to the disparity in size of turbines, not to any other cumulative landscape and visual effects. For example, you can get something that might create a sort of tunnel on either side of the Disk Valley. I don't believe that happens with this proposal. So that would be a cumulative effect. It is really to do with the most obvious differences in size of turbine. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
No, I think it does. So it's the contrast, which you say contributing to significant adverse effects, but is it better to read that it's this contrast which creates a significant adverse effect?
It does contribute to it, because there are also significant adverse effects because of the development, as it were. But it in terms of views, it is that more cluttered image that you get, and it is a cumulative effect, but it also contributes to the visual impact.
Right, sorry, I do understand anything. So it's, if I was to look at VP6, then that contrast is what contributes to the adverse
effect from that viewpoint. Yes.
Okay, apologies. So that was probably an unnecessary detour. That I think is the last. Yes, that's the last of our questions. It's 4:35 now. We said we'd try and finish about 4 o'clock. I'm not sure how long, Mr. Campbell, you think that re-examination might take place, and whether I can reasonably keep people here to do that, or whether it's better to start tomorrow. Have you got a view on that, Mr. Campbell?
I do have a view on that. So nothing that's been asked of this witness requires to be re-examined upon. So I am not going to ask any questions at all.
Right. Okay. Well, that's fine. So thank you very much, then, Ms. Anderson. That your wish not to come back tomorrow to give evidence cool. And we're probably a bit behind where I'd hope to be, where we'd hope to be by this stage. We've still got lots more witnesses who want to give evidence. I anticipate those will go quicker than the first 2 professional witnesses, but still we want to give enough time to get through everyone. We might or might not manage to do that tomorrow. My suggestion was to start at 9:30 instead of 10. But if people can't do that or think that's unwise, then I'd like to hear any views on it. Mr. Kelly.
I think today has been far too long and far too tiring. I mean, if you read the reviews on LinkedIn of our communal experience on Zoom inquiries, there's a common theme which says you really must stick to the shorter days on these. So I would not request an early start. I also think that the level of concentration and the tiredness that comes from that in the last 2 days has been exacerbated by the connection and sound difficulties we've had. I mean, I think this is the 3rd or 4th Zoom inquiry I've been involved in, and it's been by far and away the most tiring, given the extra concentration needed with the connection difficulties. My preference would be to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow and see how we go. The one offer I would make, and I'm quite happy for you and Mr. Thompson to think about this overnight, is, in my view, it's more important that you hear from the local residents than you hear from me. So if you took a view on changing the order of the witnesses tomorrow, I would not object to that. Really, my landscape and visual impact evidence was a lead into my hearing statement on policy issues rather than being a major standalone piece of work, whereas I think it's different for the local residents. I don't ask you to make a decision just now, and Mr. Thompson will have a view on that as well, but I would happily concede to the local residents in terms of priorities tomorrow, but on the basis of a 10 o'clock start, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I'm not going to canvass any other views. Actually, I'm sure you're quite right. I'm tired, and you're not. You're an old hand at this, and you're tired. So I imagine the same will apply to most people. So yeah, if starting at 9:30 is just so as we can get a longer day, then it's probably not a good idea. But I just wanted to see what people's views are. I'm sure you're right. In terms of, I'll come to you in a second, Mr. Campbell. In terms of order tomorrow, we don't, as reporters, I think, have a preference as to how that's done. We probably quite happy for the parties to do what suited them, and it might suit others. People might have different views as to when they'd rather go. Anyway, sorry, Mr. Campbell.
It was just to say, sir, that I was severely disadvantaged this morning by not being able to hear as much as I wanted to. So I resolved to have a transcript made of the landscape witnesses' evidence, Mr. Welsh and Miss Anderson. That will take a few days, but you should know that it'll be available. I'll have to make the transcript from the recording, which Mr. Henderson is hopefully even now making. Can you tell me when that recording will be available online so that the transcribing typist can get to work?
I can't, but I will find out and pass that information around.
Thank you, I'm obliged.
Okay, unless there are any other pressing points to be made just now, I suggest we convene again, refreshed and ready to go for a 10 o'clock start again tomorrow, as we did this morning. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And I'll close today's session.